The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Mental Health Bill. Lords, second reading.
Now.
Minister to move second reading. I call the Health Secretary, West Streeton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the bill now be read a second time, and I want to place on record my thanks to Baroness Merron for her leadership of the bill in the House of Lords, and thank members from right across the House of Lords for their contribution to scrutiny of the bill. And I'd particularly like to thank Baroness May of Maidenhead for the constructive way in which she's engaged the government, and indeed for commissioning Sir Simon Westley to undertake a review of mental health that underpins so much of the bill that we are debating this afternoon. At the general election, Labour stood on a manifesto commitment to modernise the Mental Health Act. I'm proud to say we are delivering on that promise within the first session of this Parliament. And in doing so, we are providing a once-in-a-generation opportunity to profoundly transform the way we view and support people with serious mental illness. The measure of a society is how it treats its most vulnerable citizens. When it comes to the treatment of people with serious mental illness, we are falling well short of the humane, compassionate society we aspire to be. Patients live 15 to 20 years shorter lives than the average. They are often accommodated far away from their family and loved ones. The facilities they are housed in can be completely unsuitable. Lord Darcy found during his investigation last year nearly 20 patients in a mental health facility forced to share 2 showers and live amongst an infestation of rats and cockroaches. Patients are denied the basic choice and agency that is awarded to NHS patients with physical illnesses. People from ethnic minority communities, and especially Black African and Caribbean men, are more than 3 times as likely to be sectioned. Although they are very different conditions, people with a learning disability or autistic people are often lumped in with those who have mental illness, reflecting an outdated lack of medical understanding.
On that point, will the Health Secretary...
I'll certainly give way.
Thank the Health Secretary for giving way. He will have been briefed by the Care Minister about the tragic murder of Christopher Lascaris, the son of my constituent Fiona Lascaris, and the lack of a voice for parents who know their own children extremely well in very difficult situations like this. Has the government considered whether it might offer an amendment to make things like Christopher's tragic murder less likely in the future?
I'm extremely grateful to him for that intervention, and I want to place on record my thanks to Fiona for her campaigning work in completely unimaginable circumstances for those who haven't walked in her shoes and experienced the kind of grief that she is experiencing. I know that my honourable friend, the member for Rother Valley, has been campaigning assiduously on this issue, and similarly we've had representations from the honourable members for Dorking and Horley, who's in his place, and of course the right honourable gentleman. We are considering very carefully the arguments that have been raised and looking at what we can do within this bill to advance things in the way that Fiona and others like her would like to see. We'll continue that engagement throughout the passage of the bill and see if there is a workable way in which we can improve this bill to make sure that others do not have to go through the unimaginable heartbreak that Fiona is living with every day. I'll certainly give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. As he's touching on ways to strengthen this bill even further, he'll know that the Human Rights Committee has just this morning published our report on this bill, praising it for all that it will do to address a number of inequalities, but picking up 1 or 2 areas where it could go even further. I know that he won't have had a chance to look at it yet, our report, but will he arrange for a meeting with members of the Human Rights Committee and the relevant minister to discuss our findings?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. I wish I could correct him and say that I have already read in detail the feedback from the committee, but he's right, I haven't had a chance to do that yet, but I can assure him that I and my honourable friend, the Minister for Care, will absolutely be looking at the committee's report, and we'd be very happy to meet with my honourable friend and members of the committee to discuss in further details their findings and recommendations. We want to make sure that this bill is as strong as it can possibly be, reflecting the length of time that has passed since the Mental Health Act was reformed. Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Mental Health Act is as old as I am. While attitudes to... Yes, thank you for those interventions. Yeah, thank you very much. Can I just assure members, heaping compliments across the chamber, it won't affect investment decisions in their constituencies. But I am nonetheless very grateful. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a serious point here, which is while attitudes to mental health have come on leaps and bounds in the past 4 decades, the law has been frozen in time. As a result, the current legislation fails to give patients adequate dignity, voice and agency in their care. This is despite the fact that patients themselves have consistently told us that being treated humanely and making decisions about their own care plays a vital role in their recovery. When patients are detained and treated without any say over what is happening to them, it can have serious consequences for their ongoing health. To quote one of the many patients who bravely shared their experiences with Sir Simon Wesley's independent review, and I quote, "Being sectioned was one of the most traumatic experiences of my life. Sadly, as a result of being sectioned, I developed PTSD as the direct result of the way I was treated." Sir Simon's review was published 7 years ago. It shone a light on a group of people who have been hidden, ignored and forgotten. And in the time that's passed since, the case for change has only snowballed. The bill now takes forward Sir Simon's recommendations. The review stressed that legislation alone wouldn't fix the system. Culture and resources matter too. This was echoed in Lord Darcy's investigation into the NHS, which uncovered some hard truths. A dramatic rise in the use of restrictive interventions on children. 345 patients waiting more than a year for their first appointment with mental health services, more than the entire population of Leicester, 109,000 of whom were under the age of 18. This bill does not solve every problem in our mental health services, but it marks a vital step in our plans to improve the quality of care, combat long-standing inequalities and bring about a stronger focus on prevention and early intervention in mental health. And I'd be happy to give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that while we are seeing record levels of mental health problems in our young people, investment in community services for people with mental health problems must be a priority?
I wholeheartedly agree with my honourable friend, and as he has heard many times from this dispatch box, we want to see a shift in the centre of gravity in the NHS out of hospitals into the community as one of the 3 key shifts that will underpin our 10-year plan for health, which we'll be publishing in the not-too-distant future. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the Mental Health Act is designed to keep patients and the public safe, but it is clear to anyone who has seen how patients are treated that it does so in an outdated, blunt way, unfit for the modern age. It is too easy for someone under the Act to lose all sense of agency, rights and respect. It is sometimes necessary to detain and treat patients, but there is no reason why patients experiencing serious mental illness should be denied the choice and agency they would rightly expect in physical care. Not only should the health service treat all its patients with dignity and respect anyway, but giving people a say over their own care means their treatment is more likely to be successful. In the foreword to his independent review, Sir Simon Wesley said, "I often heard from those who told me, looking back, that they realised that compulsory treatment was necessary, even life-saving, but then went on to say, why did it need to be given in the way it was?" Another patient in the 2018 review said, I felt a lot of things were done to me rather than with me. We need to get this right. We need to give these patients a voice. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Madam Deputy, can I commend the Secretary of State for bringing forward his details for the mental health illness bill before us tonight. The Minister, at all occasions, whenever I've inquired of him, has been keen to share those ideas and thoughts and legislation with Northern Ireland. In relation to mental health illness, to deprivation, to poverty, some of the figures for Northern Ireland are the highest in the United Kingdom, and it really worries me as an MP who has responsibility here for my constituent Strangford back home. So can I ask the Minister this? I know he will. I know the Minister will, sorry, I should say. Will he share all of those ideas with the Health Minister, Mike Nesbitt, back home, to ensure that the benefits coming from this bill tonight will be the benefits that we can have in Northern Ireland as well? Thank you.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. I'm happy to reaffirm that we have a really strong working relationship with Minister Mike Nesbitt and the Northern Ireland Executive, and we're very keen to share insight wherever we can. He also makes, I think, a very important point, which refers back to the remarks I made about the limitations of legislation. Reform of the statute book is important in terms of how the law treats people. But we also, as well as reforming the model of care and clinical pathways and looking at new treatments and innovations and technologies, we also need to focus on prevention, attacking the social determinants of ill health, including mental ill health, of which poverty is a key driver of stress, anxiety, depression and worse. And that is why this government will keep such a focus, not just in our 10-year plan for health, but more broadly across public policy. The current legislation has left many people with a learning disability and autistic people in mental health hospitals when they could receive much better care elsewhere. Around 4 in 10 people with a learning disability or autism could be cared for in the community. This bill aims to improve the care and treatment people receive when detained, whilst keeping patients and the public safe. Through the bill, we are strengthening and clarifying the criteria for detention and community treatment orders to better support clinicians in their decision-making. We are introducing increased scrutiny and oversight for compulsory detention and treatment. And we are providing patients with a clear road to recovery by introducing statutory care and treatment plans for all patients detained under the Act, except if under a very short-term section. I'm very happy to give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you. I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. And will he agree with me that a proper community treatment plan for those with learning disabilities and autism is not just reliant on the actions of his department, but a cross-government effort, and similarly an integrated care system at a local level?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I'm very glad that my department is working closely with other government departments across a range of issues, particularly with my honourable friend, the Work and Pensions Secretary, on the link between employment, welfare and health, with my honourable friend, the Education Secretary, on reform to special educational needs and disability and the interface between health and education services, and I could go on. The point is that people's health and well-being is impacted upon by a wide range of factors, and indeed people's health and well-being can have an impact on a wide range of aspects of their lives, which is why we have to work in a mission-driven, cross-government way. Choosing favourites. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. He's very kind. I was interested when he was talking about the impacts of mental health on society at large, as to whether he's given consideration to the Carers Trust's proposal, which would amend the bill so that when a parent has a mental health crisis, checks are put in place to ensure that any young carers in that family are suitably cared for and safeguards put in place.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for that intervention and for raising the very serious issue of an issue of increasing prevalence of the impact of parental mental ill health on children and young people. We're very happy to look at the Carers Trust proposal and to take representations on this and other issues as the bill progresses through its common stages. We want to make sure that we get not just the legal the legal basis of mental health provision, but also practical care in the right place. And as we think about children and young people's mental health and well-being, we also need to take into account their parents' mental health and well-being through that lens too. Patients' choices and needs will always be taken into account, thanks to the introduction of a new clinical checklist. This requires clinicians to involve patients and those close to them in decisions affecting their care, while retaining the power to treat individuals compulsorily where absolutely necessary. I certainly will.
Thank you for taking intervention. Would you agree that should be a case of when absolutely necessary? In my previous role, I provide advocacy for a family of a young man who's been in a state hospital in Scotland for 17 years under a compulsory treatment order. His family lives several hours away in the northeast of Scotland. This is a horrendous infringement, in my view, of his and their human rights. Will he share any learnings from this action this government's taken, which is so welcome, and how community treatment can be placed effectively for these people who are going through such horrific restrictions on their rights to family life?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for his question, which I think raises two key issues in mental health provision. One is to make sure that the bar is set in the right place for compulsory treatment, and second, to make sure that where there is either compulsory or voluntary treatment in a hospital setting, that it is within reasonable distance of family, friends and loved ones. Because as my honourable friend has very powerfully described, the impact of cases like that one are not just deprivation of liberty, but an impact on an entire family. And we need, on both sides of the border, to do much better when it comes to appropriate placement of people in mental health settings. There will always be times when patients hit crisis points and lack the ability to express what they want. To ensure that their voice isn't lost and professionals are working with patients, this bill introduces duties to encourage people to make an advanced choice document while they are well. This provides a record of their wishes for use by mental health professionals should the patient later experience a crisis that renders them incapable of making their own decisions. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. I was 11 years old when my mum first tried to take her own life and was sectioned several times over the coming years and until I was an adult. I wonder if the Secretary of State can give some indication as to how this new way of treating people and making it part of the community and perhaps looking after the children of those impacted will be measured over time so that we know it's successful.
Well, I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend for sharing such a personal lived experience of the issues we're debating this afternoon. And I encourage her to take every opportunity to share directly with ministers or through the passage of this bill those experiences that she's had and others in a similar situation will have, so that we can provide the best possible support for people experiencing mental health crisis and their loved ones who also experience an enormous amount of pain and anxiety in supporting someone who is going through acute mental illness. We're also updating the outdated nearest relative provisions to allow patients to choose someone to be their nominated person, which gives the individual important powers to represent the patient's interests when they cannot represent themselves. One patient explained, and I quote, "My mother used to perform this role, but she now has Alzheimer's and she lacks capacity. Under the current system, I cannot specify who I wish to serve as my nearest relative. The responsibility would automatically go to my oldest sister, a sister I do not get on with. Our reforms ensure that this statutory role is not chosen for the patient, but rather is the choice of the patient." And Madam Deputy Speaker, advocacy services are often a lifeline for those who find themselves in the vulnerable position of being detained, giving a voice to those who otherwise feel voiceless. Patients have reported that an advocate can ensure, and I quote, their voice and opinion is valued and listened to. They came to my meetings, valued my opinion, and put my views across to other people. People listened to my advocate. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're also extending advocacy services to those patients who come to hospital voluntarily, and we're making changes to improve advocacy uptake among those who are detained, as well as working to change the culture of our health and care services so that everyone is listened to and does not have to rely on an advocacy service to get their voice heard. On that point, certainly give way.
Very grateful to the youthful Secretary of State for giving way. In my constituent Bristol and Woodstock in the last few months, I've had a number of people come to me to describe the difficulty they've had in transitioning from the care of children and adult mental health services to adult mental health services. This is a critical transition, and they specifically described difficulties in accessing the same medication when they turn 18 that they've previously been reliant on as young people. Can the Secretary of State describe to me how either the bill or the change in culture that he's advocating will improve the situation for people like my constituents?
I'm very, very grateful for that intervention, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Gentleman raises, frankly, a sort of depressingly familiar issue of transition from youth and adolescent services to adult services. It applies across such a wide range of public services, and it's so frustrating that here we are in this decade of the 21st century still describing a problem that was prevalent in the 90s and the noughties. But nonetheless, we are working to improve not just the law but performance in this space, and many of the changes we will be looking to make under the auspices of our 10-year plan are about better joining up data, information and patient records, better care planning for patients, designing services around patients so that everyone, whatever their age or stage of treatment, receiving joined up services with clinicians with a full picture of that patient's experience. And hopefully that will also help to deal with some of the cliff edges and bumps in the road that people can often experience when transitioning from one part of the NHS to another, whether it's youth and adolescent services to adult services, or frankly the interface between primary and secondary care to certainly give way.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. I welcome this piece of legislation, which I think is generally in a very good place. I've had a tragic situation in my constituency where somebody had been admitted to hospital in a suicidal state, had discharged themselves, and then, unfortunately, no follow-up care was provided. Took their own life. It's been devastating for their family. I wonder if he would consider looking at how the community supports people who might have had a mental health crisis and have discharged themselves, how we keep them safe in the future.
And I'm very, very grateful to the Honourable Member for that intervention. The bill, to an extent, deals with some of the cases that would fall under the category she describes, particularly through reforms to community treatment orders, but it wouldn't necessarily cover the full extent of the sorts of people who might find themselves in that position. And that's where I think making sure that, particularly using technology isn't the answer to every problem in the health service, by the way, but through better use of data, patient records, analytics, we will be better able in the future to predict risk and to prevent the sorts of tragedies that she describes, which aren't just a tragedy for lives cut needlessly short, but a tragedy for those who live their lives going through that intolerable grief and loss for the many years that follow. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a shameful truth about our society that people with a learning disability or autism are detained sometimes for years with little or no therapeutic benefit. This bill will put an end to this injustice. It will limit detention so that people with a learning disability and autistic people are no longer detained beyond 28 days unless they have a co-occurring mental health condition which will benefit from treatment in hospital. This will require the necessary community provision in place to support people with a learning disability or autism. We are working to set out what strong community services look like and the resources required to implement this so that there are robust alternatives to hospital care. To help plug the flow of inappropriate admissions to hospital, the bill places a duty on integrated care boards to improve monitoring and support for people with a learning disability or autism who may be at risk of future detention. The bill will introduce statutory care, education and treatment reviews to ensure patients are safe and receiving the right care and treatment when detained, and that a plan to discharge them to the community is being worked up. We will remove prison and police cells from the definition of places of safety. Police cells are for criminals, not for patients in desperate need of medical help. Madam Deputy Speaker, throughout the development of these reforms, we have maintained the central purpose of the Mental Health Act to keep individuals and the wider public safe. The vast majority of people with mental illness, including severe mental illness, present no risk to themselves or others, and for the majority of people, treatment can be provided without compulsion. However, there are some people whose illness, when acutely unwell, can make them a risk to themselves and sometimes to others. No one knows this better than the families of Ian Coates, Barnaby Webber or Grace O'Malley Kumar, the victims of Valdo Callaghan's violent rampage in Nottingham, whose campaign for justice and accountability has been truly awe-inspiring. Or indeed the family of Valdo Callaghan, who I've also spent time with, listening to their experience of feeling badly let down by health services. As the independent investigation into the murders found, both he and his victims were failed by the health service, and the families are left to live through the consequences in a level of pain the rest of us could scarcely imagine. I'd like to place on record my thanks to all 4 families for meeting me, as my team and I were working on this bill. Thanks to the amendments we are making to this Act, decision makers will have to consider the risk of serious harm when making decisions to detain. This will ensure that any risks to the public and patients are considered as part of the assessment process. We will also introduce a new requirement for the responsible clinician to consult another person when deciding whether to discharge a patient, putting in place robust safeguards against the release of potentially dangerous people. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've said, legislation alone will not fix the wider issues of increasing mental health needs and long waiting times. To do that, this government is investing in earlier intervention to meet patients' needs and prevent them reaching crisis point. In the past 10, I'm just coming to my conclusion, I'm afraid. In the past 10 months, we have met the mental health investment standard for 25-26. We've invested an extra £680 million in mental health services this year, a real terms increase, funded mental health support teams in schools for almost an extra 1 million pupils, invested an extra £26 million to build new mental health crisis centres, funded NHS talking therapies for an additional 380,000 patients, and begun recruiting the 8,500 mental health professionals we promised in our manifesto. All part of the additional £26 billion this Labour government is investing in health and care services. Investment that was opposed by every party on the opposite benches. Investment that is only happening because we have a Labour government. Madam Deputy Speaker, mental health reform isn't just about changing laws, it's about changing lives. The action we are taking provides support and care to people at their most vulnerable. It will modernise our mental health services to keep us all safe and create a safety net that any of us might need one day. And I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I shall call Shadow Secretary of State Ed Argar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I take the opportunity to thank the Secretary of State for bringing this bill before Parliament. The last update to the Act in 2007 took, I think, 8 years from the Richardson Review to it becoming an Act, and similarly this too has been a long time in the making. So can I welcome the speed with which the Secretary of State, on taking office, has moved to bring this before both Houses of Parliament. We may on occasion tussle. However, as I've said since the election, on this side of the House we will not oppose for the sake of opposition. We will be constructive, working to improve legislation and supporting the government where we believe they are doing the right thing. And I recognise the Secretary of State's constructive approach to this piece of legislation. May I also join with him at the outset in paying tribute to the families of Callaghan's victims in Nottingham for what they have done subsequently campaigning their dedication, their work, including on this legislation, and the incredible dignity with which they have conducted themselves in unthinkable circumstances. Now, as the Secretary of State has mentioned, whilst not missing an opportunity to allude to his sort of youthfulness, the Mental Health Act 1983 governs the compulsory detention and medical treatment of people with severe mental illness for the safety and protection of themselves and those around them. As the Secretary of State set out, sadly, all too often those with learning disabilities or autism have been conflated with this group, and we must rightly take this opportunity to address that, as this bill seeks to do. In the more than 40 years that has followed that Act, healthcare, treatments and crucially our own understanding of mental health illnesses has come on in enormous strides. And it's therefore not only important but right that our laws are updated to reflect the modern world and the knowledge we have today. Today we are debating issues impacting on those with the most severe mental health issues and their families, but as the interventions on the Secretary of State so far have highlighted, we should not forget the broader picture and context in which this sits and the challenges posed by mental health issues more broadly. The importance of continued investment in this space and the many organisations we should recognise who do amazing work, both to educate society about mental ill health, but also to support people with mental health illnesses. And I should also take this opportunity to pay tribute to my right honourable friend who's just left the chamber, the member for Godalming and Ash, for the work he did as Secretary of State on mental health. And it's a passion and determination, I think it's fair to say, aside from the to and fro of party politics, I think the current Secretary of State shares for addressing these issues. As he said, we have done much, but I believe we can and must continue to strive to do better. Keeping legislation up to date is particularly important for legislation such as this. Legislation which gives the power to the state to deprive people of their liberties, to protect the safety of the individual and those around them, and to carry out treatment. These are powers that should only ever be used when absolutely necessary, and it is therefore right they are reviewed and updated to ensure they remain relevant, proportionate and appropriate. Now, the most recent update to the bill was in 2007 under the last Labour government, which saw the introduction of community treatment orders and independent mental health advocates, as well as changing the detention criteria. Since then, however, as the Secretary of State alluded to, trends have emerged which have raised concerns. The overall number of detentions under the Mental Health Act has been steadily rising, with around 52,500 recorded detentions in England in 2023-24, including 963 recorded detentions of children aged 17 and under. Now, that's a 2.5% increase on the previous year and around 14% higher than in 2016 to 2017. In the same year, 2023 to 24, black people were 3.5 times more likely than white people to be detained under the Mental Health Act and 7 times more likely to be placed on a community treatment order. The reasons why this may be are likely complex, and I'll return to that later. That is why in 2017, just 10 years after the previous update to the Mental Health Act, then Prime Minister Theresa May, now Baroness May, commissioned an independent report to review how the Mental Health Act was used and how it could be improved. Not only would the review consider the trends of detentions, it also considered wider concerns around whether some processes were out of step with what we should see in a modern mental health system, including the balance of safeguards, patient choice and patient agency in their own care, and the effectiveness of community treatment orders. Sir Simon Wesley published his review in 2018, and I wanted to take this opportunity to put on record once again our thanks for his important work. Yeah. Subsequently, the previous government then published a draft mental health bill based on the recommendations of the report and given the opportunity for others to have their say too. The draft bill also went before the pre-legislative scrutiny committee in Parliament, allowing members and peers to thoroughly review the bill and make recommendations before the final version was introduced. For such an important area of policy, which can have such a profound impact on people's lives, I believe it's right that we took the time to get this right. That work, updating the Mental Health Act, started under the previous government, and we had a commitment in our election manifesto to update the laws in this area, and that is something that has been carried on by the new government, and we continue to believe this is the right thing to do. So I want to put on record our in principle support for the government in this legislation. And I would also take the opportunity to pay tribute for the work he did as a shadow minister in this space to my honourable friend, the member for Runnymede and Weybridge, who not only has a professional expertise in this space, but has brought that to the deliberations of this House and consideration of this legislation. I suspect we may hear from him a little later. There are, of course, many areas in this legislation that we very much welcome: strengthening the rights of patients to express a treatment preference, expanding access to independent mental health advocates, and removing police and prison cells as places of safety so patients can be treated in an appropriate setting, and I welcome this. That said, of course, it doesn't mean that we will stand back as the bill passes through its stages in the House without scrutinising and seeking to constructively improve it. Part of our role as the opposition is to scrutinise legislation, to ask questions, to probe further, and possibly help to seek to prevent any unintended consequences. To identify potential problems and ensure they've been aired in committee, to engage constructively to improve the legislation for everyone's benefit. And that is what we shall do. And I know that my honourable friend, the member for Hinckley and Bosworth, will approach committee stage in that vein. We very much welcome efforts to improve the patient's voice and involvement in their own care, including through greater use of advanced choice documents. In its current form, the bill places a duty on NHS England and integrated care boards to make patients aware of their option to have such a document. But this could be as simple, for example, as having a poster on a notice board. It wouldn't necessarily require a conversation. Introducing a legal right for patients who are being treated or someone who is at risk of detention would mean that they have to be specifically told about this choice, allowing them to make a deliberate decision. And I suspect we may in committee gently press the Minister to go a little further in this space in strengthening that right to have a voice heard. Having done a number of bill committees, I will gently hint to the Minister now areas where we might do that. It might make his and his officials' life a little easier when these amendments are tabled in committee. We're also pleased to see peers pass an amendment to better protect children who require a nominated person, removing the discretion where a court order regarding parental responsibility is in place. We do believe, however, there is potentially more we can do to support and protect children, particularly regarding age-appropriate settings for treatment. And I hope that either in the Minister of State's wind-up or possibly in the course of the discussions in committee, he will be able to explore in greater detail the steps the government is taking to reduce the number of children being treated on adult mental health wards and ensure that lessons are learned at both a national and indeed a local system provider level. Thirdly, we are conscious there are a number of elements in the bill which will require additional resources to be put in place. The removal of police and prison cells, sensibly as places of safety, will require sufficient alternative capacity for people to be treated when they are detained. And I would ask what approach the government intends to take in addressing this. Increasing the frequency that patients can apply to the Mental Health Tribunal to have their detention reviewed and widening automatic referrals will potentially again increase demand and pressure on the system. Now, we know that the legal system is already under pressure and the impact assessment acknowledges there will be impacts and costs. So is the Minister confident that the system has the capacity to handle these additional demands, and if not, what steps are being taken with the Ministry of Justice to address that? Yeah, I'll take intervention from the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Shadow Secretary for giving way. He raised an important point about resources. The updated impact assessment estimates that the cost of reform is at £5.3 billion. And with the Secretary of State having confirmed that mental health spending is falling as a share of the NHS expenditure from 9.01 to 8.73. Does he agree with me that without legislative safeguards to protect mental health funding, this bill might not achieve the aims that it's set out to achieve?
Yeah. Well, I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. He is right to highlight both the costs of this and the investment that's needed. That doesn't detract from the importance of the measures and the need for the measures that are set out in this legislation. But he does point out that as a proportion of overall health spending on mental health has slightly fallen in the latest figures. I hope that the Minister of State in his wind-up will address the approach that's being taken to ensure that this legislation, which I think enjoys broad support across the House, has the resources it needs behind it to ensure that it actually delivers the outcomes we would all wish to see in practice. I will regret doing this, but of course I'll give way to the Secretary of State.
The Shadow Secretary of State. I should just point out for the record that mental health spending this year has increased in real terms, thanks to the decisions that the government has taken. And as a proportion of spend on health services overall, it is true to say it has just decreased by 0.07%. But that does also not fully take into account the fact that as well as investing heavily in our elective backlog and clearing waiting lists, we are also investing in general practice, which will benefit enormously people with mental ill health.
Well, I'm grateful to the Secretary of State. He was occasionally kinder than he normally is. But I would say to him, I take his point, and I'm grateful to him for acknowledging there is that slight, but nonetheless reduction in the proportion of spending. And I hear what he says more broadly, but I hope that he and the Minister of State in winding up will reiterate their commitment to ensuring that this legislation succeeds, which we all wish it to do, and that the pressures that it may well place on parts of the system will be addressed and will not simply have to be absorbed within that system. But I suspect the Minister will come to that in his concluding remarks. While directing more mental health patients away from inpatient hospital settings to community treatment settings, and this goes to the Secretary of State's point, where clinically appropriate, and of course that's key, it is the right principle. We do have to ensure that the NHS has the capacity to provide those community treatments from the point at which this legislation is hopefully enacted into statute. Now, the government accepted the reforms will take a number of years to implement in order to recruit and train more clinical and indeed judicial staff. So what is the plan for this, and how much will that cost, and in what sort of phasing over a number of years? The current NHS workforce plan will nearly double the number of mental health nurses by 2031 to 2032. But the Secretary of State has said that he intends to update that workforce plan. It would be helpful if during the passage of this bill he might be able, or the Minister might be able, to offer some indications either to the Bill Committee or to this House as to what those changes he envisages for the workforce plan might mean for the workforce in this space as it relates to the provisions of this legislation. Now, we also recognise the significance of the bill in limiting the detention of patients with a learning disability or autism, meaning they could only continue to be detained for treatment if they had a co-occurring mental health condition that requires hospital treatment and meets the criteria under the Act. Autism alone would no longer justify continued detention under the Act, in theory ensuring they receive the appropriate support in the right setting, as we would all wish to see. Can the Minister, in concluding, confirm what steps are being taken to ensure that there are sufficient services and sufficient capacity in them to properly support people with autism and learning disabilities, to ensure they do actually receive the right support they need? And can he confirm also that there will still, in the nature of this legislation, always be a central role for professional clinical judgments in these matters? Finally, what we are debating here today in part follows concerns about racial disparities in the application of the Mental Health Act. Now, is the Secretary of State or the Minister able to provide more evidence to help us and help the House understand this issue further? What research has been undertaken to understand those statistics and what sits behind them? And what further research is the government planning in this area to better understand what sits behind those statistics? Madam Deputy Speaker, we welcome this important opportunity to look again at how we treat and protect people with some of the most severe mental illnesses, ensuring that our laws remain relevant and proportionate in the modern world, seeking to empower people, treating them humanely. Updating the Mental Health Act is the right thing to do, and we will work constructively with the government to improve the safety, treatment, agency and, crucially, dignity of mental health patients who are detained and of the wider public.
Neil Coyle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I add my thanks to the Secretary of State and his whole ministerial team for bringing forward this crucial legislation so early in this government, alongside other positive measures to fix our NHS. It was Labour that built the NHS, it was Labour that saved the NHS in '97, and here he is again today with his team fixing our crucial NHS. I serve a community in Southwark, Bermondsey and North Southwark with higher prevalence of mental health conditions and psychoses. We are fortunate to have SLAM, the South London and Maudsley, on our doorstep. This legislation will be crucial for the service professionals working on the front line as well as all those who need support. And in my borough in Southwark, we also have additional help funded by Southwark's Labour Council and by our Integrated Care Board. Direct access through online systems, through a drop-in hub for young people, means of seeking support that avoid GP wait times and delays to accessing help. I am glad this legislation is based on similar principles to that early access, but despite that additional support in Southwark, I see as a local MP the impact poor mental health has on people's lives blighted by ill health and discrimination. I'm acutely aware that just 5% of people with schizophrenia are in employment, for example, and I'm aware that this bill offers a chance to tackle some of those issues, but it is overdue. I do look forward to working with organisations locally and people with direct experience, including trade unions within the mental health services, carers, the Blackfriars Settlement, food banks, drop-in clubs, supporting people with mental health conditions across Southwark, doing fantastic work, often on shoestring budgets. But as a constituency MP, I also see the impact on whole neighbourhoods of someone's ill health, causing them to behave erratically, sometimes antisocially, with noise and drugs often being interrelated issues, and police involvement following cuckooing by criminals who take advantage of vulnerable people, sadly. This growing phenomenon is one I hope this bill will challenge, and it would be good to hear from Ministers if communities will be able to trigger interventions to support people in crises, including landlords and neighbours where appropriate. Just 2 weeks ago, I joined a ride-along with the police 909 response team. Some might say it's not the first time I've helped the police with their inquiries, but I saw again on this ride-along, it's my third with the local police, that there is still a consistent and sad overlap with mental health crises. I ended my shift with those police officers at King's College, trying to seek support for one ill individual man. I hope the government will retain the extension of Section 135 and 136 powers, delivering the Lord's Amendment, to ensure other trained and qualified support to reduce the time police otherwise lose. This would save thousands of hours a week for officers' time in London alone and redirect police to areas more needed. Going back further, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Disability Rights Commission, where I was working in the run-up to 2005, the Mental Capacity Act, I recall mental health organisations being almost envious of that legislation and the need to reform the Mental Health Act even then, wondering when access to advocacy and patient-centred treatment would be delivered for people with mental health conditions as well. It is sad that there's been missed decades in between, but I'm glad this legislation is before us today. The Advanced Choices documents are a step forward in returning greater choice and control, lost over recent years as services declined under the last government. The use of nominated persons, as the Secretary of State outlined, they also offer a great step forward, and access to extended use of independent mental health advocates whilst in hospital, which should be automatic, as Mind have advocated. It's great that legislation is here based on the Wesley Independent Review and principles underpinning it. And I wanted to add something on a more personal level, because going back even further, the reason I became more aware of politics was my own mum's diagnosis, roughly the same time the Secretary of State was born, with her diagnosis of schizophrenia in the early 80s, when Rethink was still the Schizophrenia Fellowship. She's been through the mill in the decades in between. I'm not going to suggest that she's been detained more times than I've had hot dinners, because you can see that that's not true by my waistline. But the fact that the Mental Health Act hasn't been updated since then is appalling, frankly. And I never dreamed when I joined the Labour Party in the early 90s that I would be able to be part of improving legislation as MP here today. But I wanted to flag a couple of concerns based on family experience. And recently, Mum has just told us that she believes she works at a bank. Now, this was news to us in the family. No doubt it was news to the bank. But she's 75 and she hasn't had to work for some time. It is, I can laugh about it, but it is upsetting that she's unwell. It is frustrating that it is the system that is mad, and maddening for us as a family trying to access support. Her GP denies she is unwell and refuses to see her. The last time this happened, she was sectioned for 6 weeks until she was back in rude health. And believe me, she was very rude when she came out. And SLAM, the South London Mosey, estimate it costs £3,000 a week to keep someone in hospital until they recover. NHS England put a figure of £20,000 for detaining someone with schizophrenia until they're well. Those costs are avoidable if GPs act faster. And I hope that the question for the Minister is, will this legislation result in better triggers being used? This isn't about AI, this is about known data in the existing system to access supportive interventions. Interventions that help the individual with a mental health condition, help their family avoid the pain and suffering they also share when someone is unwell, save a community the misery of any associated antisocial behaviour or other problems, potentially save the police a fortune in accompanying people to hospital for treatment that might have been avoided, and of course save the NHS thousands in avoidable hospitalisation and inpatient treatment. And GPs can be part of the solution here, but too often, like the Gardenia surgery in Luton, they pass the buck and avoid the issue, pretending everything's okay, despite prescriptions being uncollected and the inevitability of mental ill health rising fast. So I hope that this legislation leads to better community care, as the Secretary of State has outlined, but I also hope that GPs and pharmacists will be supported to trigger outreach work from mental health trusts to anyone not collecting repeat prescriptions, for example. And I hope this will be confirmed more clearly as legislation comes forward, or that the government will indicate to be willing to accept an amendment along these lines. Because the final link point here is that the legislation should come with targets for reduced readmissions and sectioning as part of government plans. If this legislation is successful, people won't be discharged or readmitted in quick succession, and patients known to the system won't require routine cyclical readmission. With the right support, the dysfunctional system can be replaced with huge benefits to people's mental health and huge savings for the NHS. And there were 52,000, I think the figure was given earlier, detentions last year. I hope the government will set out how that figure will fall. So I'll conclude by just saying that I really look forward to supporting this bill's progression. It will be transformative for people I serve and in my community, and people I love in my own family. It will be transformative for millions of people across the country, people with mental health conditions, families, carers, service professionals, but also, if it's done right, it will save the NHS a fortune too.
Can we have the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Danny Chambers?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for bringing forward this really important piece of legislation today, and for the Minister for his proactive engagement with us earlier this week. Madam Deputy Speaker, before entering Parliament, I was a trustee of a veterinary mental health charity, and I've had to clarify before that this is not a mental health charity for animals with mental health issues, but it's called Vet Life, and it is a charity that cares for the mental health of the veterinary profession. And I became a trustee of this charity because my really close friend, Sarah, at the age of just 31, and she had a whole life and career ahead of her, took her own life. And so I took her place as a trustee. And the reason I think it's, losing her actually, getting the news that I had lost her is one of the most painful experiences of my life. And I know that there'll be many other members in here today who will have suffered very similar experiences with their friends and their loved ones. And I speak about Sarah because while we're in this place, we often discuss mental health issues in the terms of statistics, and rightly so. We talk about waiting times, workforce shortages, the economic impact, but we must never forget that these are individual lives behind these numbers, and nearly every person in this country is affected in some way. Now that might be through their own struggles, or maybe those of a loved one, or through grief after someone they care about has lost their battle with depression. But to briefly return to statistics, The profession I come from, veterinary medicine, has a suicide rate of 4 times the national average. It's a very small profession, everyone knows everyone, and so everyone has lost a friend or a colleague to suicide. And the reason I share this is not just for awareness, but it reminds us that there are certain groups that are of a much higher risk, and they are more vulnerable than others, and we could and we should be doing much more to identify and support them.
Would he give way?
I'll happily give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He will know as a veterinary that farmers also suffer with significant mental health issues, and my constituents in Glastonbury and Somerton under immense pressure following the family farm tax and the sudden closure of the SFI. Alongside this, they work extremely long hours, and unpredictability of farm work means that it's more difficult for them to be able to access mental health support and doctor's appointments. So does my honourable friend agree with me that we should introduce regular mental health MOT checks at key points in people's lives when they're most vulnerable to mental ill health, particularly to those in rural areas where there are barriers to accessing support?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and you won't be surprised that I do agree with you, as you may as well have read the next bit of my speech. You're completely right. Farmers, those working within agriculture, military veterans and their families, mothers in the first year after childbirth, people living in poverty, LGBTQ+ community, these are just a few of the groups that we know are at heightened risk. Now, we already take a proactive approach when it comes to physical health. We have targeted cancer screenings for at-risk demographics, and we should be doing the same for mental health. And that is why, as my honourable friend for Somerton and Froome has just Glastonbury, change constituency names, boundaries. We've long called for properly resourced community mental health hubs to reach people before they reach crisis point. And we're also calling for regular mental health checkups at key life stages, such as when someone's just given birth or just been discharged from the army. I will happily give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and he's outlining the treatment options for patients. And new medicines are also incredibly important, and there is groundbreaking research happening at the Warnford Hospital in Oxfordshire, which is also a mental health hospital in desperate need of investment. The two go hand in hand and is in desperate need of investment. Would he agree with me that the government should get behind the Warnford and invest in it?
Chambers. I will agree with my honourable friend, and thank you for your intervention. But these mental health MOTs could really help catch at-risk people early and start treating them before the problems develop further. Now, I'm sure, like all other members here, mental health issues is probably one of the top issues in our inboxes for our emails, our correspondence. We receive emails from desperate parents, young people left on waiting lists for years throughout their schooling, and adults falling between the cracks of an overstretched system. And we should probably acknowledge that these are not anomalies. They're symptoms of a system that is under immense strain. So this long-awaited mental health bill is a very welcome step. It can't be the only step, because at the heart of our approach must be a simple principle, and that is prevention is better than cure. I will happily give way.
I absolutely support the idea we need to invest in prevention, 100% behind that. But I also have spoken to many constituents who have issues with that emergency healthcare. And Ed, one of my constituents who sadly took his own life, went into A&E with a psychotic episode, was left simply with a phone number, no assessment, and hours later was lost. So I think we also need to make sure we get that emergency treatment for those who need it on the spot, as well as, of course, investing in that prevention. And would my honourable friend agree with me on that principle? Danny.
I totally agree, and we will come on to the care of people once they've been discharged from an acute mental health episode, because it is a hugely emotive and problematic situation. So we need a comprehensive mental health strategy, one that sees mental health not just as a clinical issue, but as the Secretary of State did discuss, it's something that needs to run through housing, education, employment and justice. Because while good clinical services are absolutely vital, we cannot medicate or refer our way out of a mental health crisis. Because many mental health issues are often rooted in very deeper challenges, things like poverty, housing, insecurity, loneliness, debt, trauma. These are not medical problems, but they put people at huge risk of developing mental health issues. And if we're serious about prevention, we must tackle these root causes head on. Now, this bill focuses very much on the rights and treatment of people once they are admitted to mental health units, which is essential. But what is just as important, as my honourable friend just highlighted, is what happens when they're discharged and what support they get in the community to prevent a relapse. Now, in Winchester, we've seen a brilliant initiative between local NHS mental health teams and the Citizens' Advice, where teams from the Citizens' Advice are in a mental health unit called Melbury Lodge, and they help mental health patients with all their life admin, the bills, the correspondence, so they're not discharged back into the community and come home to a load of outstanding credit card bills and demands to repay their PIP payments, for example. And what is remarkable is that every pound spent on this initiative saves £14.08 on cost avoidance for the NHS. It's through shorter inpatient stays, fewer readmissions, better engagement with services once they're discharged, reduced medication use, and it's a win-win for staff and the patients and the taxpayer. But this is a pilot project, and there's no funding secured for it to continue, despite the proven cost-saving benefits. So we'd urge the government to look seriously at rolling initiatives like this out nationwide. Now, my honourable friend, the member for Dorking and Horley, has been passionately campaigning since entering this House to ensure that families have a greater input into medical decisions when there are questions over the mental capacity of vulnerable patients. And I'll invite my honourable friend to make an intervention.
That's right. Well, I thank my honourable friend. And as my honourable friend knows, in my maiden speech to Parliament 8 months ago, I pledged that Fiona Lascaris would succeed in changing the law that prevented her saving the life of her autistic son, Christopher, from murder. Fiona is here today. Despite pleading for years, Fiona was never able to obtain a mental capacity assessment for her son. And as we heard from the Secretary of State, the government is now seriously looking at an amendment that would both honour Christopher's legacy and save lives. Does my honourable friend support this amendment?
Danny Chambers.
I thank my honourable friend for that moving intervention, and our condolences to the gallery. And we do appreciate the Secretary of State for seriously considering how we can have an amendment that may help save lives. So, early intervention, it can't just be a slogan. It has to be the foundation of a functional system. Now, last week, I sat around a campfire with the amazing team at the Winchester Youth Counselling Services. And this is a charity that has a nature therapy program, and the 11 to 16-year-olds come and they can go camping, walk and talk therapies, do bushcraft, outdoor cooking, and while we're toasting our marshmallows, they were talking about the free confidential mental health support that they offer, providing services such as one-to-one counselling and a weekly wellbeing walk-in session. Now, by immersing young people in nature, this programme helps reduce stress and anxiety, fosters emotional well-being and resilience. But crucially, these services are accessible without the need for a doctor's referral or diagnosis. Young people can self-refer, ensuring that support is available promptly when it's needed most. And Madam Deputy Speaker, that's why Liberal Democrats have been calling for mental health hubs for young people in every community. And I know we share the government's campaigning for a mental health professional in every primary and secondary school, not just an occasional visit or a pilot scheme, but a permanent funded presence. I'll happily give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and just to follow up on his point about the importance of mental health hubs, in West Dorset, the only CAMHS centre is in Dorchester. For many people in West Dorset, especially young people, that's an over 30-mile round trip to access services. And in rural Britain, where transport links, if you're lucky, exist, if otherwise they are limited, that makes accessing services nearly impossible, which is what makes hubs so important.
I totally recognise the importance of that intervention. We also need a system that is much easier to navigate. A psychiatrist came to see me in my office in Winchester, and his son had been referred to CAMS. And despite he and his wife working within the medical profession, they said they really struggled to access the help that they needed. And he said, if we can't navigate the system, what chance does anyone else have? And that is one reason the Liberal Democrats were calling for a mental health commissioner. That's someone to champion families, cut through bureaucracy, and help people get the support they need before things get worse. Now, the system needs to be simplified, both for the parents and families who are trying to access service, but also for the system itself to be able to actually function. For years, Liberal Democrats have campaigned for mental health to be treated equally with physical health, and we welcome this commitment to parity in the King's speech. It must be backed by action, and the Darcy report showed that the NHS workload, as the Secretary of State acknowledged, accounts for around 20% of the NHS case burden, and yet it receives just under 10% of the funding. And for this reason, we're wanting to ensure that the mental health invested standard is maintained and strengthened and not quietly scrapped or watered down. The Secretary of State also did highlight the scale of this challenge. Around 1 million people are on waiting lists for mental health services, but importantly 340,000 children are on mental health waiting lists, and some of them waiting for an average of over 15 months for care, which is a huge chunk of their educational time and their personal development. See, this is not a crisis that is waiting to happen. It's a crisis that is already here. And Madam Deputy Speaker, some people do ask, in this economic climate, how can we afford to invest in mental health? But the real question is, how can we afford not to? Because we are already paying the price in lost productivity, emergency call-outs, A&E admissions, and most tragically of all, in lives cut short. We must spend to save. And as the member for Bermondsey discussed, spending time with the police, I've done the same thing, a fascinating and very informative exercise, and I'd encourage everyone to go on patrol with their police. And in Winchester, the police say they spend up to 40% of the time responding to mental health-related incidents. We know many patients turn up to A&E in a mental health crisis, many of them already on a mental health waiting list. And I heard that in the Winchester's A&E, the average amount of time someone spends in a mental health crisis in A&E, often needing individual supervision, is 18 hours. This is not sustainable because we're using the most expensive parts of our health system to do the work that should be happening earlier. And it would be more cost-effective for the taxpayer and a better outcome for the patients. So finally, I want to pay tribute to all those on the front line, the nurses, the counsellors, the psychiatrists, the doctors, therapists, support staff and the charities who prop a system that should be supporting them. And we're looking very much forward to working constructively with the government to improve this mental health bill. And we do support this. We'll keep pushing until we live in a country where mental health gets the same attention and care as physical health. Thank you.
Dr. Marie Tidball.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the reasons I stood for Parliament was to work hard to create a society that values disabled people, that treats us with dignity and respect and ensures there's nothing about us without us. It's right that this government will fix the broken system to ensure we give mental health the same attention as physical health. And I am pleased to see the 4 key principles from the independent review of the Mental Health Act at the heart of this bill today: choice and autonomy, least restriction, the principle of therapeutic benefit, and most importantly, treating people as individuals. After 14 years of the Conservative government, there are over 2,000 autistic people and people with a learning disability in mental health hospitals in England. 92% of these people are detained under the Mental Health Act 1983, and the average length of stay for current inpatients is almost 5 years. This is a human rights scandal, as concluded by the Joint Committee on Human Rights in 2019. The current situation is simply wrong. Autism and learning disabilities are not mental health conditions, and yet, under the current Mental Health Act, autistic people and people with a learning disability can be detained in mental health hospitals indefinitely. In my 15-year career working with autistic people and those with learning disabilities, along with autism organisations up and down the country, including the National Autistic Society and Autism Alliance, I've seen the tragedy of autistic people cycling through the mental health system because of these measures and the failure of public services to provide adequate social care upon discharge from hospital orders. As an MP in my own constituency, I know there are still too many people being detained who could be supported to live well in our communities, like by organisations such as Grieve House Farm Trust and AFAB on my doorstep locally. The most significant change in the bill before us today is the removal of the autism and learning disability from the definition of mental disorder under Section 3 of the existing Mental Health Act. The vital change in the new mental health bill means autistic people and people with a learning disability cannot be detained for treatment unless they have a co-occurring mental health condition, which requires inpatient mental health care. The government have said that the proposed changes to detention criteria for people with a learning disability and autistic people will only be switched on when systems are able to demonstrate a sufficient level of community support. It is crucial for this to happen quickly, with the government working closely with autistic people and those with a learning disability, as well as advocacy groups, to publish a plan to build sufficient support in our communities up and down the country. My book on the treatment of autistic people in the criminal justice system demonstrated that ensuring there is an appropriate level of services in the community is essential in preventing the needs of autistic people and people with a learning disability from becoming too complex, leading to admission to mental health hospitals, as well as the need to support safe discharge out of hospital. Critical to reducing the numbers of those currently detained in hospital under the current law are care, education and treatment reviews. Reviews for adults and children who are autistic or have a learning disability, which will help speed up discharges, prevent admission and ensure the person is being given appropriate care. I am delighted that today's bill will make these reviews statutory in inpatient settings. The responsible commissioner, clinician, integrated care board and local authority must have regard to the recommendations arising from them. As chair of the all-party parliamentary group on autism, I'm aware that, at present, recommendations are often not followed in an expeditious manner. Therefore, there is an opportunity to strengthen the duty on responsible parties to follow recommendation from these reviews. The Secretary of State for Health has been moving mountains to work on our 10-year plan. Therefore, I hope the bill's 10-year implementation period for the changes to detention criteria will align with the Secretary of State's important work. I know the Right Honourable Member is also doing an incredible job to move to a preventative-led health system, and this provides an opportunity for an integrated approach to community support, including working with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and local government to ensure there is adequate housing in every integrated care system. The exclusion and marginalisation of autistic people and those with learning disabilities through their institutionalisations in hospital perpetuates the exclusion from our society. I am proud that our government is tackling these issues so early on in this Parliament, alongside their commitment to the mental health investment standard, the recruitment of 8,500 mental health workers, and work to deliver a long-term plan for reform of adult social care. Society is an order of equality and non-discrimination. It is all the richer where autistic people and people with learning disabilities are included within it to fulfil their potential. I commend this bill to the House.
Dr Ben Spencer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in support of this bill. And to begin with, I need to make a couple of declarations. I'm a family member who's a consultant psychiatrist. I'm now a non-practising general adult psychiatrist with an endorsement in years in psychiatry and previously worked as a consultant psychiatrist. I took part in the 2018 Wesley Review as a panel member on the Tribunal Working Group, and I was on the Pre-Laid Scrutiny Committee in last Parliament. And in a declaration of a more personal nature, this is an area which I feel very passionately about before I came to this place, and it's a great privilege to be able to speak to this very important piece of legislation and reforms going forward. It's about every 20 years or so in the United Kingdom we reform our mental health legislation. I didn't want to correct the Secretary of State, but the first Mental Health Act was in 1959, and I hope that was substantially before he was born, with reference to his comments earlier. The legislation has gone through various iterations from the original Lunacy Act and similar legislation in the 19th century. In the UK, we've always been at the forefront of reform to law and the provisions and powers in this area. And I think it's important to focus today in the second reading debate, I would say, in terms of what the Mental Health Act is and what it does. I know there's lots of areas which members have gone more broadly about the challenges in terms of delivering mental health care currently, but it's important, I think, to reflect that the Mental Health Act is very specific, very precise. It is about the regulation and the regulation of detention, sometimes for assessment, sometimes for treatment of people with mental disorder, and a range of powers in terms of aftercare to do with that and guardianship. It is focused on the detention and assessment or treatment of people with mental disorder. And the reason why we need this is because there are times when people with severe mental illness become so unwell that they're unable to recognise their illness. Their illness directly leads them to being at risk to their health, predominantly through self-neglect or through non-recognition of illness, therefore seeking help. Their safety, again, tends to be through self-neglect, but also their safety through suicide, and less commonly, but critically importantly, risk of harm to others. And it's the legal framework which allows us to regulate compulsory treatment with that regard. It is absolutely critical that we have these powers so that we are able, when people are so unwell, they don't recognise that they are unwell. Through virtue of their mental disorder, when they lose agency in that sense, we can, as a compassionate society, bring them into hospital, treat them with a view to getting them out and getting them back to their cells in the future. And I've used this Act, the 1983 Act, countless times, both as in terms of applications for assessment or treatment as a Section 12 approved doctor, but also I've used it as a responsible clinician. And I think I suspect one of the few people in this House who's, and certainly I'm sure in this debate today, who's had those roles and responsibilities. And I think in terms of framing, it's also important to reflect that one of the key changes that the 1983 Act brought in, why it was such an important piece of legislation, was it was a piece of legislation that was about restricting powers. It was about making sure there were strong procedures in terms of review detentions. And I think all, certainly I as a former health professional in this area, but I'm certain all professionals working in this area are very, very mindful of the scope of powers which the Mental Health Act provides. And people don't use these powers sort of in anger or without a great degree of thought and contemplation in terms of the restrictions that they put on. And I think in terms of medicine, the most intrusive intervention that is done that we have available to us in the health service is to detain and treat people in hospital or in secure hospital settings. And I don't think these are taken lightly. And I know there's a lot of concern, I'm sure, at the start of this debate, it's going to come through in terms of how people have been treated in hospital. And there's some very high-profile scandals in terms of where things really have not worked, to say the least, haven't worked well, and care and treatment has been atrocious and has been abusive. But I would like to just plead in terms of this debate, people working in health and care in the UK are doing so because they want to see the best outcomes for their patients. Sometimes they're limited in doing so because of resources available. But the Mental Health Act and the use of the Mental Health Act is not with a view to harming people, it's a view to helping. To be detained under the Mental Health Act is not a prima facie harm. It is a treatment. It is a good thing. If you need to be in hospital detained and treated, you need to be in hospital detained and treated. If I became so unwell that I needed to be detained under the Mental Health Act, I would want to be detained under the Mental Health Act. Now, thankfully, I'm in a position today, and I'm very pleased why I'm not. At least I very substantially believe I'm not. I see the show the authorities perhaps got second views on this. But where I can look at that. But should I get to a point where I was unwell and so unwell that I wasn't able to, I'd want the powers of the Mental Health Act to be used. And certainly if I was posing a risk to myself, others, my family, I'd want them to be used quickly so that I can get better and I can get back on with living my life. Now, I'd like to just pay tribute to Baroness May of Maidenhead and Professor Sir Simon, who kicked this off, and Professor Sir Simon Wesley, a good friend, Stephen Gilbert, Sir Mark Headley, and Rabbi Baroness Neuberger for their work in the 2018 review. There's a lot of good stuff in this bill, from the greater focus to advanced care planning, to the more frequent detention reviews, although I recognise that brings with us a sort of workforce burden, and things such as nominated persons in general. I'm not going to go through the detail for the second reading speech. I'd rather focus my remarks just on a few general points and a few areas where I think a bit more work needs to be undertaken. I think in some ways, and I shall have to message Sir Simon after this and ask for his forgiveness, but I think in some ways this bill is a missed opportunity in that we haven't taken forwards a process to go towards fusion law. For those who aren't all over the detail, at the moment we have two pieces of legislation in the UK that regulate how to treat people in the absence of consent. We have the Mental Capacity Act, which came up in the 1980s and 90s out of case law codified in the 2005 Act. That Act regulates broadly physical health treatment when people lack capacity to consent, something we've been focused quite a lot on, capacity in terms of the recent debates in the Terminally Ill Adults Bill. The principles of that Act are autonomy and the functional tests of capacity and best interests if people lack capacity. So you test someone's capacity, and only if they lack capacity do you then get authorised, or do you have the ability to intervene in best interests, sometimes using deprivations of liberty. The Mental Health Act, though, arose from a very different pathway. It was more about regulation of asylums to begin with in its first days. And the Mental Health Act is about status and risk. So the gatekeepers for the current Mental Health Act are to have a mental disorder of a nature and degree that mean that you expose it is necessary to be assessed or treated in hospital, and that must be done because of risk to your health, safety, or others. Capacity does not feature in it whatsoever. So we've got two pieces of legislation. One about status, which is about for the most severe mental disorder, status and risk. We've got another one which is about autonomy and best interests and functional tests. I strongly believe the two need to be merged. I think we should be using capacity frameworks and we should be using best interest frameworks when it comes to regulating treatment in the absence of consent with mental disorder. I think there's ways of doing that. I like the fact that we're starting to incorporate a bit more in terms of this bill. Of course.
Would the honourable member think that the Deprivation of Liberty Act, DOLS, which helps to hold people who lack capacity in an environment which is not secure or locked, or a hospital environment like that need for people who are under the Mental Health Act, is useful, rather than bringing these two provisions together.
Well, I thank the member opposite from Ashford for his intervention. He, of course, is very knowledgeable, given his background working in mental health as a nurse too. What I would like to see in this Act would be something like, if one was to only detain somebody for the purposes of health or safety, then they must also lack decision-making capacity for that to be authorised. I think for the prevention of harm for others, you've got reasons to overcome autonomy with people for decision-making capacity. But I'd like to see something like an additional criterion, which is if the detention for assessment and treatment in hospital is purely based around health and safety, not risk of harm to others, you incorporate an extra component to say they should also lack capacity. Because it is the case that people can have full intact decision-making capacity, but nevertheless come within the scope of disaster. I mean, I think the LPS is a bit of a mess, quite frankly. The Dolls clearly was quite a substantial mess in terms of how it operates. One of the interesting things to come out of this report today, the legislative scrutiny to the mental health bill, is then pointing out again that there's a missed opportunity to not tidy up some of the bits in terms of interface between the Mental Health Act and the Mental Capacity Act. A point I'll come a little bit later on in my speech. I do think in terms of for comparative esteem, bringing forward fusion law and getting the acts closer together, I think really does need to be the direction of travel. I hope we don't have to wait another 20 years until we get something like that, or the opportunity to do this go again. The other thing I think is just something we also just need to reflect on, and it sort of counts to my earlier points in terms of focusing on the bill, but just to reiterate, is that some of the focus of this review was about reducing, well, the core focus of the bill was to reduce detentions of people, black, minority, ethnic groups who are overrepresented in detentions. I really think one of the key focuses in terms of fixing that must be social economic deprivation. Where you see social economic deprivation, you see severe mental disorder following. So I worry in terms of missed opportunities that the Act isn't necessarily, when this goes and gets on the statute books, isn't necessarily going to do what it needs to do in terms of dealing with those disparities. I'll just come to make a few more points and then I'll finish. There's three problems with the bill as is, and two things I want to flag. I'm very sensitive to the concerns that have been raised of people with autistic spectrum disorders and LD and the advocacy around that with regards to people who are in hospital. Certainly, it's a challenging environment being in a general adult ward as it is, but particularly challenging if someone's got an ASD or a learning disability, and people who are sort of stuck in hospital and not really sort of going anywhere. I think that concern applies to most disorders as well. I don't think that's something that is unique in terms of lack of community support or services and when people end up being stuck in hospital for a long period of time. I disagree with the focus on ASD, LD above all other conditions. There are other, if you wanted to talk about non-progressive conditions, I don't understand why brain injury isn't included in the scope of this, or Korsakoff's dementia is another good example, why that isn't within the scope. I don't understand why, rather than using this to try and take people out of Section 3, something like a bolstered treatability test is used, which is what was in the Act before it was modified in 2007. Yeah, of course I will.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and of course I am grateful he's brought his wealth of experience to this place to speak on this. But would he concede that the focus on learning disability and autism is perhaps because those disorders have very specific features, that being in an unfamiliar environment, an over-sensory stimulating environment, a noisy environment with a break from routine has an adverse effect on them precisely because of the nature of their disability, perhaps more so than some of the other conditions he's mentioned. And indeed, it seemed to be something of a weird anomaly in the previous Act that learning disability and autism was classed as a mental illness for the sake of the Mental Health Act, when I'm sure he will agree that they very much are not.
Well, I thank her for her intervention. Of course, particularly with autistic spectrum disorders, they, in terms of sensory overstimulation, that can be a particular issue. been very concerned when I've looked after patients myself in terms of, I'm thought very careful about some of the challenges, particularly in general adult wards, catering for the needs of people with autistic spectrum disorders or learning disability. I would argue that would apply broadly to anyone who's in a general adult hospital, irrespective of diagnosis. Everyone has particular needs and sensitivities, and one needs to be very mindful of that. I suspect this is something that we're going to disagree on, but I would consider an autistic spectrum disorder and learning disability to be a mental disorder. It certainly is under the ICD-10, and I think one of the problems with how it's being framed in this bill is where does Rett's disorder, which is also pervasive developmental disorder, come into it? Does that come under the autistic term? Where does pervasive developmental disorder, non-otherwise specified, come into it? I don't understand, or not sure it's been thought through in terms of how these terms on the bill will actually operate in real life, and I don't quite understand why this shouldn't be something that we're pushing for every disorder and every condition that people have coming to hospital, which is why we're not focusing on something like a treatability test or otherwise. And this has a very specific real-life fallout from this, is if people need to be in hospital after 28 days under deprivation of liberty, that's going to happen. It's not going to stop happening. With all the best will in the world, even with this bill, it's going to keep on happening. And what will happen is people will either be under the LPS or the Liberty Protection Safeguards, or people end up being detained with anxiety related to their ASD or learning disability, or which will get them within scope of the Act. And there's a further sort of challenge and disparity in this bill, which is, of course, it doesn't affect the forensic provisions. So what could happen is that people are more keen to pursue a criminal prosecution of people with ASD-LD because it then would enable a longer stay in terms of detention from 28 days, which is why in the pre-date scrutiny we suggested that there should be an option to do a pre-authorisation for a detention beyond 28 days by going to a tribunal. We thought that might deal with some of the concerns raised. Personally, I like the idea of pre-authorisation in general beyond 28 days, and it's something that Professor Richardson spoke about in terms of her review back in the late 90s. I think the government recognises that there's challenges with this, by the way, which is why these changes are in schedules to this bill, because I think there's a recognition that, quite frankly, I think this is unworkable, and I think we're going to see this as this goes forwards, and there's lots of broader concerns about how this operates. Another area of concern I'm going to raise is around nominated persons and parental responsibility. So this bill changes nearest relative to a nominated person, which means people can choose who perform this important role under the Act. Now, the nearest relative, or to be nominated person, can discharge someone from hospital when discharge someone from the powers of the Act, which would inevitably mean they'll be discharged from hospital. There's some powers to bar people, but it's quite a high threshold. Why this is important today is because this will give the ability for someone who's under the age of 18 to choose someone who isn't their parent to have this very important statutory power. This is something that we raised on the pre-age scrutiny committee. So you could have a situation in which a 16-year-old with competence who's detained under the Act in hospital chooses their mate or chooses somebody else, not their parent, not someone with parental responsibility, to have the powers to discharge them from the Act, which then ultimately, I think inevitably would mean they'll end up leaving hospital. A parent who will be responsible in some ways for aftercare, often in these situations, will lose that power. And I'm very concerned, and certainly Lords and Europlace are very concerned about the impact with the Children's Act on this, but also, quite frankly, I think there's a serious problem where we are changing in this particular area of law, and we don't have this in physical health, by the way, an ability to give a statutory power to a non-parent. And I know the Minister's been looking into this in the Bill Committee, but I do think the government's going to have to row back on this. And I think they could do something very easy to amend this bill to say if you're under the age of 16, your nominated person must have parental responsibility unless there's a very good reason for them not to be. 16 and 17-year-olds, I think it's a bit different, especially when you start getting close to 18, when you get to sort of children's article rights. But certainly under 16, I can't see why we should legislate to let them choose someone who's doesn't have parental responsibility, when people do, to have this important power. And then the third problem is the bill is silent on deprivations of liberty in A&E, which are ongoing. So it's been a while since I've worked in A&E, but there's always been a sort of challenge of what to do with someone who turns up to A&E day. You think they're probably going to need detaining under the Mental Health Act because they're suicidal or they're very, very, very unwell, and we need to keep them there while the assessment takes place. You can sort of get through it using the Mental Capacity Act, but it's messy. And I think it would be a lot clearer for everybody if we said something like Section 5.2 of the Act, which allows for temporary detention, could apply to an A&E setting or something like that. And there's a bunch of technical stuff about the interaction between deprivation of liberties and Mental Capacity Act. Madam Deputy Speaker, I suspect you'll start giving me the evil eye and telling me to move on if I start. Madam Deputy Speaker says no, but I suspect members across the House might start doing so. So I'll move on. Two flags just to point out in the bill. This bill allows for a discharge from hospital under supervised conditional discharge to a deprivation of liberty. It's been in response to the case where there has been essentially, which is a problem with how the law currently operates. We have never, in mental health law in the UK, as far as I know, had a situation where we had the Mental Health Act authorising deprivations of liberty in the community under the Mental Health Act. You've had to be in a registered hospital. This is quite a big Rubicon to cross, and I see why the government needs to tidy up this area of law, but I just wanted to flag, I'm not convinced we've quite realised what a big Rubicon that is to cross. It's always been the operation of the Mental Health Act. You're detained in hospital. When you're in the community, you're in the community, and it's your sort of thing. You might have certain restrictions on you in the sense of a CTO or otherwise, but you're not deprived of your liberty in your home or in some other setting in the community that isn't a registered medical hospital. I just think this needs a bit more sort of reflection. And then my final point in terms of as this bill goes through the House is just to try and focus again that I believe the majority of people who will be undergoing compulsory treatment, detention, certainly for a long period of time in this bill, are going to be people with psychosis. Schizophrenia from psychosis, schizophrenia, bipolar affective disorder. A lot of the debate and focus has been on non-psychotic illnesses. And that's not to say that those illnesses are any less important. They're certainly not, and certainly not if you experience them. But I am very concerned that people with schizophrenia always get the sort of raw deal. They're very marginalised, very often by society. And I think they also get marginalised in terms of the amount of advocacy that they have. In fact, when we're in the Predate Scrutiny Committee, a lot of the evidence and focus was on non-psychotic disorders. And I think that's because, sadly, often people turn their back on people with psychotic illnesses, or they find themselves in a pretty rubbish situation. The illness can be so debilitating that they can't advocate for themselves. And so there tends to be a sort of bias on disorders where there is someone to advocate. So for CAMS, for dementia, ASD-RD, where there's families that might be involved in terms of pushing that a bit more. I'm not saying anyone is more or less important, and I really want to stress that. But I think sometimes, as parliamentarians, we don't necessarily get the full sort of focus as you would do when the bulk of this stuff is really about psychosis. And then my final point, which is relating to psychosis. I've spoken a lot about how it can lead to people being detained in hospital and the impact. Psychosis is a pretty terrible disease, but it doesn't need to be, and lots of people get better, and it is one of the most treatable diseases that we have. This bill helps people get better, and we can't lose sight of that. Thank you.
Lauren Edwards.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to really welcome the second reading of this bill today. And there is one aspect of the bill, like others, that I would particularly like to focus on, and that is the very welcome removal of autism and learning disability from the definition of mental disorder under Section 3 of the Mental Health Act. I recently visited a wonderful charity local to me called the Challenging Behaviour Foundation, or CBF, which is the only UK charity that is specifically focused on the needs of children, young people and adults with severe learning disabilities whose behaviour may be described as challenging, and their families. And on that visit, I was shocked to learn that under the Mental Health Act, autistic people and people with a learning disability can be detained in mental health hospitals indefinitely just because they are autistic or have a learning disability. And I certainly thank the Honourable Member for Runnymede and Weybridge for sharing his extensive professional experience with us. But I do disagree on one point, and that certainly in my view, it is the case that autism and learning disability are not mental health conditions, and I do not believe that they should be treated as such in law, and that is certainly the viewpoint of a lot of people in the sector who I've spoken to in advance of this debate. This is an issue that is currently affecting a lot of people. As my honourable friend said, there are over 2,000 autistic people and people with a learning disability who are in mental health hospitals in England today, the vast majority of whom are there under the Mental Health Act. And I think it's important to point out that around 225 of them are aged under 18, so it is something that is also affecting a lot of our young people. Now, mental health hospitals are often inappropriate for autistic people and people with a learning disability. Once detained, they can get stuck for many years in these settings, and it can be deeply overwhelming and damaging and lead to lifelong trauma. And as my honourable friend also mentioned, the average length of stay for current inpatients is nearly 5 years. And we have to ask ourselves why that is. Now, latest available data shows that some of the key reasons for delayed discharge are lack of suitable housing and lack of social care. And charities like CBF continue to hear really worrying stories of abuse, over-medication, unnecessary restraint and seclusion in these settings. Now, back in 2011, Panorama uncovered abuse at Winterbourne View Hospital, bringing attention to the fact that many people with a learning disability and autistic people were being detained in hospitals when they could and should be living in the community. And since then, there have been numerous policy interventions and action plans by the previous government. However, sadly, they have not resulted in the change that was promised, and all national targets to reduce inpatient numbers have been missed and, in fact, have increased. So legislative change is clearly needed, and I really welcome the change to detention criteria in this bill that will mean that autistic people with a learning and those with a learning disability cannot be detained for treatment unless they have a co-occurring mental health condition which requires inpatient mental health care. However, on page 72 of the impact assessment, the government says that the proposed changes will only be switched on when systems are able to demonstrate sufficient level of community support. Now, ensuring an appropriate level of services in the community is absolutely crucial in supporting autistic people and people with a learning disability to be discharged out of hospital, preventing needs from escalating, and admission to mental health hospitals in the first instance. However, without a comprehensive and fully resourced plan to build capacity in the community and enable this change to be switched on, there are concerns that this vital reform could be delayed for far too long. So I urge the government to publish a comprehensive plan for how it intends to ensure the change to detention criteria can be commenced and ensure accountability in this process. And ideally, this would be in 2027, in line with modelling in the impact assessment. And I also ask that it be co-produced with the very people who will be affected by the change. The previous government's Building the Right Support Service model could act as the starting point, but I would also like to draw the Minister's attention to the Challenging Behaviour National Strategy Group, which is coordinated by CBF, which has developed already a co-produced lifelong action plan which sets out the changes that need to be made to get community support right alongside resources and best practice. And I encourage the Minister to meet families to better understand the impact of inappropriate detention on people with a learning disability or autism and their families. And I'll be very happy to help coordinate this through the CBF.
Chris Coghlan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 8 months ago, in my maiden speech to Parliament, I said that Fiona Lascaris would succeed in changing the law that prevented her from saving the life of her autistic son, Christopher, from murder. I'm here today to honour that commitment, and we are now on the cusp of changing the law. We've only got this far thanks to the National Autistic Society and to MPs from across the chamber working together to overcome injustice, including the Honourable and Right Honourable members for Godalming and Ash, Rotherham, Leeds South, Kingston, steadfast support from my own party, the Liberal Democrats, the Prime Minister, and support from the government. This represents Parliament at its best. We've only got this far because Elisa Menendez and Romney Weeks from ITV ran the story, but above all because of the courage and determination of Fiona Lascaris to save the lives of others from her son Christopher's fate. Fiona and Christopher's sister Cara in the gallery today. Christopher was not unlike many autistic children. He was sensitive and intelligent, a loving and compassionate boy who once asked his mum to stop on the way to school to rescue a lamb stuck in a fence. I first met Fiona when I was 8. I stayed in my bedroom and I ignored her. Perhaps I was angry that she was buying my home off my dad. My mum had died when I was 3 months old, and I was a sensitive boy. Well, they moved in. Christopher grew up in my old bedroom, and he loved the house as much as I did. But as a young man living alone in Leeds, he had struggled. Despite Fiona pleading for help for years, she was never able to obtain for him the mental capacity assessment which he needed to determine what his support requirements were. Horrifically, he was exploited and murdered by a man who had just been released from jail. Christopher was 24. And so we're working with the government on an amendment to ensure that the views of family members are considered when determining what the requirements are for an adult for a mental capacity assessment. And Christopher's story is not unique. In 2022 alone, King's College London found 95 preventable deaths by people with autism and learning disabilities where the Mental Capacity Act had not been correctly followed. And it can be hard to grasp the scale of the special educational needs and disabilities crisis in this country. But when tens of thousands of SEND children are out of school, 1,800 in Surrey alone, when we are losing autistic children like my constituent Jennifer Chalkley to avoidable suicide, and when at its worst we are abandoning autistic people in their 20s to murderers, then we are failing a generation. And how we answer their call to justice will serve to measure who we are. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe the answer is less a question of money than it is a question of leadership. Because we know from Nobel laureate James Heckman that early intervention is exponentially more effective and exponentially more economic than today's brutalised system, which has cost the lives of Christopher, Jennifer, and too many others. And although this amendment is only a small part of the answer, it is an answer to save lives. If one grieving mother can change the law, then perhaps we could change the other things too. And if we did succeed, it would be above all because of the voices of the broken but unbeaten parents like Fiona demanding change. And although Christopher had a difficult life, he did have the most precious thing that any man can have, a loving and devoted mum. And so it is up to us to ensure that Fiona is a witness that in our country it is possible for the vulnerable to be heard, injustice to be overcome, and to find beyond grief, hope.
Very moving speech from the member from Dorking and Horley. I now call Kevin McKenna.
And I'd like to commend the Honourable Member for Dorking and Horley for such a powerful and vital contribution to this debate. And in fact, everyone so far who's spoken, often from their personal experiences and from their expertise. This is unfinished business. This is long overdue. I've been reflecting back to my first placement as a nurse, as a pre-registration student nurse. I went straight into a mental health ward. I'm not a mental health nurse. That wasn't the route I took. And that's not because anything I saw there particularly turned me off of it, but it was a very remarkable experience. As I walked onto the unit the first time, I was shown the burnt pool table, which had been burnt down the day before. apologised and moved on. And actually the staff there were full of compassion, but also full of frustration. And one of the things that they were frustrated with, and this is some time ago, we're talking 1996, is the 1983 Mental Health Act. And one of the very first teaching sessions I had on that unit was telling me about all the things that needed to be changed in that 1983 Mental Health Act. And so it's slightly surprising that I've now wound up in this place with the opportunity to change and challenge those elements. Particularly, and the things that were brought forward to me at that point were about the challenges around different communities, people from different ethnicities and different cultures, and the way that they're assessed for their mental ill health. And I believe that the changes here will help to adjust that and hope to mitigate and hopefully move beyond and progress from the 1983 Act. But also in particular, things that weren't even really properly on people's radar at that point. An understanding of neurodiversity and autism, and actually learning disabilities and the way that they were inappropriately covered by this Act. And many members have already talked about the large numbers of people who are autistic or have learning disabilities who are currently basically incarcerated. And this has been described as an offence against human rights, and I believe that to be true. But I also believe that this is something that is going to be challenging to overcome. In the 2019, when we had the long-term plan for the NHS, brought forward under the auspices of the now Baroness May, and several members of this House were a key part of driving forward that change. It laid out how we should challenge these detentions of people who are autistic from mental health locations, where frankly people are left for a very long time. Heard from the member from Penistone and Stocksbridge that currently it's about nearly 5 years, it's about 4.7 years is the average length of stay of someone who's autistic or who has learning disabilities who's detained under the Mental Health Act. A lot longer than many people with psychotic illnesses would need to be. And so, although there were suggestions and great intentions in the long-term plan for the NHS back then to overcome this and help to liberate people from this detention, it wasn't just the pandemic that came soon afterwards that kiboshed that. It was actually that it's really hard to drive change in the system where you've got protection from the Mental Health Act itself that allows clinicians but also senior people working in the NHS to not drive forward the change that's needed. So one of the things that is required to drive forward that change is a change to the Mental Health Act. And that's what I believe we have in front of us today. And I think it is a real commendation to everyone that's worked on this and has worked hard to make sure that the patients' voices are seen and heard. And when I go into my community and my constituency, in Sittingbourne and Sheppey, we do have large challenges from mental health. We've got the highest rate of suicide in Kent. We've got, I think it's the 37th highest rate of suicide of any local authority area in the country. Well, that means that there are 37 other members and more in this House who've got even bigger challenges simply in terms of suicide and in mental health provision more generally. But I'm sure what many of those places and many other members have in common is the challenge of economic deprivation, the challenge of inequality, which, let's face it, is the biggest driver of poor outcomes from mental health. I think has already been mentioned quite admirably by the Honourable Member for Runnymede and Weybridge, who talked at length about the complexities around this Act. And actually I would commend him very much for the insights that he brought to the challenges of changing this. So at root, we do have to change things across the board in terms of housing, in terms of access to employment, in terms of transport, things way beyond the bounds of this Act. And we need to do them, but we should use this Act as a way to drive that forward. And also to look around in our communities and see where there are creative approaches that we can use on this. On Saturday, I had a lovely day out in the sunny sunshine on Curley's farm in my constituency on the Isle of Sheppey, which was set up to support, two fathers set this up to support their son who has profound learning disabilities and autism. And it's a farm, it's an active farm, with one of the key things that it does is it brings children with yes, with learning disabilities and autism, but also with mental health challenges or just behavioural challenges generally. Something like the member for Rochester and Strood talked about from the Challenging Behaviours Foundation, who've also very active in my constituency as well, and who I was glad to host an event for. It really shows how when you get people out of institutional settings, outdoors into different types of environments, people can thrive in a way that they don't, whether that's in schools or whether that's in healthcare settings. And it's transformational to the lives of children and young people there who often go on to work in agriculture. And I'm sure many, many other honourable members can give that. I'll give way to...
Thank you for giving away. Would the honourable member talking absolutely right that these patients with challenging behaviours shouldn't be detained in a mental health ward for many, many years, and they should be in a different setting. But the honourable member agree that we do not have enough support and accommodation for patients, so we need to invest more in the community settings where we can place some of these patients with challenging behaviours.
My honourable friend from Ashford has jumped ahead of me on that one, and not surprisingly with his background as a mental health nurse. It's absolutely true, we do need to invest more, but we need to think beyond the NHS as well. Because although this is the Mental Health Act and it has health in its name, this is much bigger than just talking about the services that the NHS can provide. And I think there is a weakness and a concern that I have in this Act that several other members have mentioned, it's that it doesn't tie us down to a tight timeline for when we're going to make this transformation happen. So at the moment, when we're talking about, where it gives a get out to make sure that services in the community are properly set up, what I worry is that time will just slip and slip and slip. The time to move is now. People have been languishing too long in settings that are not offering them a therapeutic way forward. People are languishing too long in places that are frankly inhumane, places that do breach what we would all consider to be our human rights. And actually, so what I would really commend the Minister, as he's listening here now, is to look at thinking about how we can get an active plan to make sure that we don't just let this slip, that we actively make sure that the support is there for services in the community, that we invest in them when needed, but also foster them. Will you take him? Yes, I will.
Thank you, and I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I very much support what he's saying about making sure there is an active plan. And one of my concerns is that there is a delay for implementation on this until community support is ready. Does he agree with me that it would be welcome from the Minister to offer a reflection on what good looks like in this space and what ready looks like, so that we know what we are aiming for?
Absolutely, I agree. And I think it's flipping it round from it being a delay until we're absolutely ready to that active process of deciding what it should look like, what good looks like. 2 weeks ago in my constituency, I ran a mental health conference, largely because as I was going around as a new MP talking to every different organisation I could, mental health was right at the top of nearly all of their worry lists. Whether it's the food bank or the schools or the police or the prisons, whether it was organisations in my community that set themselves up to support people with mental health. I've got a mentalk in Sittingbourne and a mentalk in Sheppey, and they work in different ways, but I think that shows you the level of pressure that there is locally. But all of these organisations, even though it wasn't their primary purpose, brought out mental health as their biggest worry. So just bringing people together and getting people to talk together who maybe didn't talk to each other up to that point, it really made a difference. You could see it in the room on that day, and I'm sure I'm way behind the curve compared to a lot of other members who've been doing this sort of stuff already. But for me, it really showed you that we've got to be active in pushing this forwards. The learning, I think, from 2019 and the long-term plan for the NHS was that it's the implementation that matters. It's not the words in that strategy, and it's getting an implementation plan really tight and fast on the ground. And I think, given that the impact assessment talks about 2027 as being a key point, I would like to see a commitment in the bill itself to actually produce a workable plan by 2027 at the latest that can give us that roadmap we need for the future. And I know this has been called for by organisations like MenCap and National Autistic Society. So I'd really commend that to the Minister. Thank you.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Despite having worked in healthcare for most of my career and being on the Health and Social Care Select Committee, I have to say, listening to the speeches thus far this evening, I feel in awe of the experience of honourable members on all sides of the House, but especially the honourable member for Sittingbourne and Sheppey and my honourable friend from Runnymede and Weybridge. And also I want to commend the extraordinarily powerful speech from the honourable member for Dorking and Horley, who I know is supported by my right honourable friend, the member for Coghlan and Ash. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is essentially about the duty of care. The duty of care to those who have mental health issues, but also to the public, which include the family, the friends, the carers, the public servants, and all those who interact with that individual. But also it's there to protect them from themselves. Indeed, as many members have said, it should be our hope and our ambition that as few people as possible find themselves in a crisis situation. And therefore I entirely endorse and support comments about ensuring that we have proper and well-funded mental health services, both in the community and in the acute setting. Yes, sir.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He mentions the point about the support for the person needing help, to help themselves, but also help people from society. Does he agree with me that today, before this bill is passed, more and more people get in a situation where they are not feeling that they're being helped and that they're just feeling incarcerated and restricted?
Well, I agree with the honourable gentleman to the point that, as far as the point he makes, that more can be done to help people in crisis. What I would say, however, is, and I think my honourable friend from Runnymede and Weybridge made this point, that there are people who are at such a point that they do need, unfortunately, to be incarcerated in order to help themselves and hopefully spend that time in incarceration, not just being taken away from society, but actually treated effectively and appropriately. But this brings me on to the point that this is a balancing act and it is a difficult situation. But I think we are all clear on all sides of the House that the current situation and the current act is no longer fit for purpose, especially when we think about forensic mental health. So I'm glad that the government is taking forward this legislation, which was started under the previous government, and I think the cross-party consensus that we've had this evening is reflective of the fact that this piece of legislation has come from both of the major parties sitting in the House. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm likely to be on the Bill Committee after the Whitsun recess, so I won't test the patience of the House by going through every single bit of this legislation that I have some interest in and concerns about, but I just want to raise briefly three important areas that I'm pleased actually that members in the House in the other place raised. A number of opposition amendments which I think would strengthen this bill, and I hope that they will be carried forward when we get to the Bill Committee in our place. The first is around reducing the unnecessary police involvement. The Noble Lords Lord Coyle and Baroness May tabled some amendments which represent, in my view, a very significant and much-needed shift in how detentions and removals under the Mental Health Act can be managed. Under the current framework, the power to detain and move individuals to a place of safety, particularly under sections 135 and 136, is largely restricted and falls under the responsibility of police officers. These provisions, while designed to protect the public, can often result in the criminalisation of people in acute mental health crisis, even when there is no threat of violence or risk to others. The amendments that were tabled in the other place would allow authorised and qualified health professionals, such as paramedics or approved mental health professionals, specialised nurses, to carry out those detentions and move individuals under sections 2, 3 and 5 of the Act. This would relieve police officers of the responsibilities that fall outside what is frankly their core expertise, while also reducing the stigma and trauma associated with police-led interventions. It would streamline the process, ensure individuals are supported by professionals trained specifically in mental health care, and maintain police involvement only where there is a clear and present risk to safety. In doing so, this would change significantly and strengthen the system and place mental health crises more firmly within the domain of health rather than in law enforcement. Yes, I will briefly.
Thank you for giving away. The current Mental Health Act Section 136 and Section 135, which give the power to the police to break into someone's property or detain somebody from a public place where there are possibility of involvement of weapons. Do you think, the honourable member think that a health professional will be able to manage those situations? Is it not the police should be the best people to deal with those kind of situations?
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear for the honourable gentleman. I thought I made it very clear that I was talking about situations where there was no risk to other professionals. Clearly, in the situations that he described, the police are entirely the right people to be involved. The second area that I want to touch on, Madam Deputy Speaker, was around strengthening safeguards for vulnerable children. What I would like to see is essentially an introduction of an essential safeguard for children and young people within the mental health care system. The current legislation allows, as I think the Honourable Member for Runnymede and Weybridge mentioned, allows for a nominated person to be appointed to represent the child's interests. But in my view, it does not provide adequate protection against the risk that this person could be coercive, abusive, or in other ways inappropriate, particularly in cases involving looked after children or those with complex family dynamics. So I would like to see amendments brought that address the gap by establishing clear criteria for those who could be appointed as a child's nominated person. For looked after children, the local authority would automatically become the nominated individual, ensuring oversight by a public body accountable for the child's welfare. For other children, only individuals with legal parental responsibility, such as a guardian or someone named in a court order, should be appointed. These measures ensure that no vulnerable child will be exposed to undue influence during what may be one of the most difficult and disorientating times in their life. It aligns mental health law with broader child protection standards and reinforces the principle that safeguarding must be at the heart of any mental health intervention involving children. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to see amendments brought that would bring more patient voice and accountability. I accept that the bill as comes forward does make steps in the right direction, but I would like to see an amendment brought which mirrors that which was brought by the Noble Lord Howe and Lord Kamal in the other place, which would introduce a valuable and forward-looking provision, namely a mandatory debrief session within 30 days of discharge from detention under Part 1 of the Act. This session will be led by an independent mental health advocate and provide patients with the opportunity to reflect on their experience, raise any concerns about their treatment, and offer feedback in a safe, supportive and non-judgmental setting. This is more, in my view, than just a procedural addition. It represents a shift in culture, which I think we would all agree with, towards embedding patient voice and accountability into the mental health care system. It recognises the importance of empowering individuals after detention, supporting their recovery and learning from their lived experience to improve future services. I know that mental health charities and third sector organisations have strongly endorsed this proposal, and so therefore I do hope the Minister in his wind-up will make some indication that he would be supportive of an amendment that was similar to this. Madam Deputy Speaker, taken together, these reforms prioritise professional clinical opinion, safeguard children from inappropriate influence during periods of acute vulnerability, and elevate the patient voice in the post-care process. In doing so, they align the Mental Health Act closer to modern standards of care, international best practice, and evolving public expectations. I believe these amendments are essential to strengthening this bill, ensuring that our mental health system becomes not only more effective, but also more compassionate, responsive and just.
Jen Craft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Mental Health Bill is a long overdue update to the 1983 Mental Health Act, and I hope the start of a much wider overhaul of a mental health system in this country that is often not fit for purpose and has historically been treated as secondary to that which treats physical health conditions. A system where too often patient voices are ignored, injustices are common, and the use of detention is relied upon in the place of person-centred community care. Too frequently, those in acute mental health crisis cannot access the right support, refused help in the community, forced to rely on A&E, and detained against their will as their mental health deteriorates. Incidence of detention is 3 times as high in the most deprived areas, Black and Black British people are detained at 3.5 times the rate of white people, and those with learning disabilities and or autism are at a unique and increased risk from detention and the impact that that can have on their lives. And it is on this group that I wish to initially focus on, and I will declare an interest as the chair of the APPG on learning disability. And under the current Act, as we've heard, learning disability or autism in itself can be a reason for detention. And I know that the honourable member opposite for Weybridge and Runnymede said that we will disagree on this, and I'm afraid we will. I do not think that learning disability or autism is necessarily a condition of the mind. A number of these conditions are genetic and affect also the physical health of a person. I'm sure you will want to come in on this.
No, I really appreciate her giving way. I just would just say that there is some logical inconsistency, which is people with autism and learning disability are treated under mental health services for looking after their autism and learning disability. So if the argument is, well, this shouldn't be within the scope of the Mental Health Act, one could make an argument, should it be within the scope of mental health services, full stop.
And again, thank you for his intervention. I think this is something that I would actually welcome the opportunity to discuss at more detail. I think it's probably something that we will continue to disagree on. But again, people with learning disabilities and autism can suffer from mental health conditions as much as the rest of the population. But I think they have a unique set of challenges, these two groups. And also just to point out, as a note to policymakers in general, not to conflate the two, learning disability and autism, as one and the same thing, which is vitally important. We know that at the end of January 2025, there were 2,065 inpatients in mental health locked facilities who are autistic or living with a learning disability. And as one of my honourable friends said earlier, the average length of stay for these patients is nearly 5 years. For those with a learning disability or autism, a locked mental health ward can be a living hell. For someone with sensory issues, a reliance on routine, a need for a specialist diet or equipment, or a myriad of other needs, being in a busy, overstimulating environment, often with strip lighting, minimal privacy, quite often means they are set up to fail from the very beginning.
On that point, I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I think she's making a really important speech, and I know her experiences in this issue are, well, almost second to none. I wonder if she thinks that the point that she's making about those with learning disabilities being confined in the way that she's suggested will add to their mental health, potentially add to mental health issues they may or may not have, and actually by supporting the community will actually alleviate a lot of those mental health issues, which in long term is better for them, but actually better for the community.
Thank you. And I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. And I'm coming to this a little bit later, but it is indeed detrimental to their mental health, and it can sometimes be quite hard to pick apart a coexisting or a co-occurring mental health condition from that behaviour which is exhibited within this environment. So it is all but impossible for some, and this is part of the reason, it's all but impossible for some detained individuals to demonstrate in the circumstances they're in the behaviour change that they need to prove they have become sufficiently well to be released. My attention was drawn last year to the case of a young woman called Bethany, who was detained for the best part of half a decade under the Mental Health Act, an autistic young woman whose parents believed that her entering a secure unit was the best choice, but she ended up being locked for days, weeks, then months on end in a room with only a mattress on the floor, unable to see her family, unable to see her support network, and her parents were absolutely devastated at being unable to get her out of that environment, seeing her continually deteriorate. And I think it is hard to imagine the anguish of seeing someone that you love go through this. And if this has happened to you or your family, how on earth can you ever trust the system that put you there again? And it removes learning disabled people and autistic people who have been through this from being able to have the confidence to access support, and in turn can create a vicious cycle. So I strongly welcome the moves that this Act makes towards removing learning disability and autism as a reason for detention alone. However, similar to my honourable friend for Sittingbourne and Sheppey, I note that the government has said that these changes to detention criteria will only be switched on when systems are able to demonstrate sufficient level of community support. And this is a source of real concern. As the NHS Confederation has warned, the success of these reforms will be dependent on the wider infrastructure to support them. And as others have previously said, there is no clarity on what the sufficient level of support actually means in practice. We don't know where we're heading. We don't know when we will have got there. And the most successful support for learning disabled and autistic people to live independently in their communities is one of integrated care that encompasses health, housing, occupation and much more besides. So again, I would welcome the Minister's assurances on how this will be delivered in the timescale set out and how we are getting from where we are now to where good already is. Because the continual detention of people in this way should shame us all, and it cannot come fast enough to end this. And I would also like to sound a note of caution, which I think is fairly similar to that of the member for Runnymede and Weybridge. My apologies, got it the wrong way round before. That the Act does continue to allow for the co-occurrence of mental health conditions to be a reason to detain someone with a learning disability and autism, and that in and of itself could lead to this continual cycle where people are detained for longer than is necessary for their treatment and are indeed in an environment that is entirely counterproductive to them becoming well. There is also a real need for those of a specialism in learning disability and autism to be present in assessing whether an individual also has a co-occurring mental health condition. And finally, on this matter, I would just like to put a plea in to the Minister that there is a real need for those who live with a learning disability or autism to be properly consulted. And I know that there are a number of disabled people's charities that are run by people with a learning disability, such as those called Bring People Home from Hospital, which is a campaign operating under the auspices of Inclusion London, who do not feel that they have had sufficient opportunity to input. And a very minor point is some relevant documents related to this legislation have not been printed in easy read, and if they have, it's taken a while for them to arrive. And so people who have a lived experience of these conditions are unable to contribute in a very meaningful way. But more broadly, I welcome the legislation's attempt to make progress in putting patient voice at the heart of care, particularly through advanced choice documents. But I also think there is scope to go further in this. The Royal College of Psychiatrists is advocating for a statutory right to an advanced choice document, something that the Pre-Legislative Scrutiny Committee also recommended. And this will ensure all patients who benefit from one of these will get one, with the aim of reducing detentions and involuntary treatment. And while I recognise the importance of this step and this legislation, alongside the government's investment in mental health crisis centres, a pledge to recruit 8,500 mental health staff, and the Secretary of State's commitment to the mental health investment standard, I believe that there is a desperate need to transform community mental health services to put patient voice and experience at the heart of this and avoid the need for detention orders in the first place. As a member of the Health and Social Care Select Committee, I have had the privilege of hearing from some extraordinarily courageous individuals who have shared their experience of living with a serious mental illness. And it is in that same spirit that I will share my own experience now, and I hope it offers an insight into the limitations of our current system. I was diagnosed with obsessive-compulsive disorder as a teenager and with bipolar disorder in my 20s. In the 2.5 decades of living with these conditions, I have had good care, but this is sadly the exception and not the rule. I've never been asked what it is that I want from treatment, what it is that I want from my life, and how I can be supported to get there. I have had care that is patronising, reductive, inconsistent, and non-existent. During mental health crises, I've had to tread a fine line between proving that I am ill and sometimes extremely ill, but not so ill that I need to lose my liberty. Because I knew, and I know that more often than not, it is not focused on therapeutic care, but risk management. And like thousands of others, I've had to create my own care package and my own route to treatment because I took a decision that I deserve to live, and I deserve to live well. Yeah. And also that my children deserve their mum. Yeah. But I'm very aware that my ability to do this is based on a number of privileges, not in no small part to mention a very, very supportive family that so many do not have. So while I welcome this bill for its advances in reducing the amount of detention and increasing the agency of those who are detained, I must call for a significant overhaul to community mental health services to prevent crises from occurring in the first place. We know that we can and that we must do better. And a note for all members in this House, because when we discuss this and we discuss people with serious mental illness, we often talk as though these are others, and they are not. There is someone stood here among you who is a member of Parliament who has a serious mental illness. It doesn't prevent me from doing my job. It doesn't prevent me from living my life. In some ways, it makes me better at it. So while we talked about this bill, while it makes its passage through Parliament, can we please bear in mind that we are talking about individuals and individuals who will be affected by this, and that what we seek to do here, and what I hope we will accomplish here, is that we give people who live with a serious mental illness the ability and the right to live the best lives that they possibly can with all the support that we can make available.
The member for Thurrock's family must be very proud. Sollom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would like to draw the House's attention to an appalling case of a young man who was very badly failed by mental health services, and indeed who tragically lost his life as a result. Today I am representing his family, my constituents, Graham, Sam and Caitlin, who've been campaigning to ensure no other family has to go through the distress that they have endured and continue to endure. Declan Morrison was 26 years old when he died. He had very complex needs and required some of the most specialist care and support throughout his life. He had autism, associated severe learning disabilities, bipolar disorder and ADHD. He was non-verbal and required 24-hour residential care, which he had needed and which he had received since he was 11 years old. Declan's behaviour could be very challenging, and at times he would injure himself, and sometimes, latterly, staff members caring for him. This is why it's so important that he was supported by those that knew him well, who were able to understand his behaviour and therefore provide as best they could for his needs. His family were unable to provide him with the care he needed in their home and had put their trust in the system and specialist carers to make sure that he was looked after. Sadly, their trust was broken, with the most devastating consequences. Madam Deputy Speaker, Declan was moved into his final residential home in May 2021, after the previous placement had become unable to meet his needs. Although in a subsequent independent safeguarding audit review following his death, that decision was called into question. And for a brief period of time, Declan seemed to settle into his new placement, but quite quickly, staff at the care home raised concerns that they could not safely care for him due to his behaviour, which had become particularly challenging. However, attempts to find an alternative single-space home for him, which he needed, failed. There was nothing available, not a single appropriate placement. And so he remained at this placement for a further 10 months, with his mental and physical health worsening. I will not describe here what life was like for Declan and his family at this time. It is too distressing. Needless to say...
I think the point that he's making about lack of provision is so important, and I wonder if he'd agree with me that the timescale, the 10-year timescale for making sure that that provision is available is really critical, and if the government could speed that up at all, that would be extremely helpful in instances like this.
Thank you. I absolutely would agree, and indeed will come on to make that very point. Needless to say, events took a very dark and ultimately heartbreaking turn. In March 2022, a serious incident occurred where Declan became very distressed and assaulted some staff members. Police were called and a number of officers assisted staff to restrain Declan. As a last resort, he was detained under Section 136 of the Mental Health Act and taken to the Section 136 suite at Fulbourn Hospital. Now, for those who may not be aware, under the law, patients who are placed in a Section 136 suite should be there for no more than 24 hours, 36 in extreme circumstances. Declan was there for 10 days. 10 days in an emergency suite that was entirely unsuitable for a person with his severe needs. 10 days while over 100 places were contacted. 10 days during which not one bed in suitable accommodation could be found locally, regionally, or nationally for him. Finally, he simply could not cope, and he banged his head repeatedly against the wall, inflicting a catastrophic head injury on himself. He was taken to hospital and operated on, but he died some days later in April 2022, when his family made the heart-wrenching decision to turn off his life support. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is painfully relevant that we are debating the Mental Health Bill today, as clauses 3 and 4 specifically address the detention of people with autism and learning disabilities like Declan. The bill would limit detention for treatment under Section 3 of the Act, but I must ask the Minister, would these provisions have been enough to prevent Declan's tragedy? His case highlights the critical importance of having appropriate crisis provisions and suitable community placements available, not just in theory, but in reality. The coroner's report into Declan's death and the independent care review found major failings with the system that was supposed to protect and care for him. He was acknowledged to have been in crisis for months. Ultimately, there was and there remains an enormous shortage of available placements for someone with Declan's complex needs, both in the community and within the NHS. But as Declan's father told me, in words that I hope will be heeded, the reliance on the Section 136 suite to contain autistic individuals while they are in crisis is abhorrent and must be seen as a breach of the Human Rights Act. Declan's sister, Caitlin, has called for specific crisis provisions to be funded and created for individuals with autism who need a designated place of safety when experiencing severe mental health crises. The provision needs to have appropriately trained and experienced staff. And in fact, this provision was created in Cambridgeshire following Declan's death. But sadly, the funding was pulled and it closed. But it operated at 90% capacity when it was open, showing the very real and immediate need for this kind of provision, permanently and across the country. The bill before us today places new duties on integrated care boards and local authorities regarding community support for people with autism and learning disabilities. But I must ask the government how it will ensure that the duties outlined in this bill translate into sustainable services that prevent cases like Declan's from ever happening again. Duties without resources are merely words on paper. And while the bill's provisions on removing police stations and prisons as places of safety in clause 49 are welcome, Declan's case shows that even designated Section 136 suites can be wholly inappropriate for individuals with complex needs. So how will the government ensure that appropriate alternatives are in place before these provisions commence? Madam Deputy Speaker, I also note with deep concern that the government anticipates full implementation of this bill could take up to 10 years. 10 years is too long for vulnerable people to continue to be at risk. In light of the coroner's findings in Declan's case, Would the government commit to prioritising provisions related to autistic people and those with learning disabilities, particularly the development of appropriate crisis services as outlined in this bill? On behalf of Graham, Sam and Caitlin and all those people like Declan, I'm asking the government if it is satisfied that the provisions set out in this bill would prevent tragedies like this one from ever happening again. And if not, I urge them to make changes in order that it does. For Declan, and for all those with autism and learning disabilities who deserve better from our mental health system, we must make sure that this bill delivers the change they need, not in 10 years, but now. Their lives depend on it. Thank you.
Josh McAllister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's humbling to contribute to a debate with contributions like those from my honourable friend from St Neots and Mid-Cambridgeshire, and pay tribute to his carrying of the story of Declan and sharing it in this place, and also to the very personal contribution for the member for Thurrock. I warmly welcome that the government is giving this issue the prioritisation that it richly deserves. These reforms will give patients greater choice, enhanced rights, and ensure everybody is treated with dignity and respect throughout treatment. I want to make three broad points about mental health services in England and how they relate to the passage of this bill. The first is about Cumbria's hidden crisis. Cumbria has a suicide rate 50% higher than the rest of the country. Over 5 people die from suicide every month in Cumbria, more than double the number of road deaths. Each one of these lives lost is a tragedy. They leave behind families, friends, co-workers, neighbours, emergency workers, a web of people in the community trying to make sense of the grief and loss and shock. There are some fantastic local organisations in my constituency working to bring that number down, including Every Life Matters, Andy's Man Clubs and West Cumbria Mental Health Partnerships, but they are fighting against a growing problem of depleted resources. It is in this context that we need excellent mental health services, and so it was particularly welcome weeks after the general election last year that the government funded a new initiative called Hope Haven, an open access mental health hub with some accommodation attached to it. This new service is now being built by brilliant local partners in my constituency as we speak, and I have high hopes for the contribution that it can make. But this new service has come at the same time as the Cumbria, Northumberland, Tyne and Wear NHS Foundation Mental Health Trust have made the regrettable decision to close Newdale Ward, an inpatient mental health ward in Whitehaven. The only inpatient service in the area, leaving patients to travel in the future, if it does close, over an hour to reach the nearest inpatient service in a community that's got very poor public transport options. I've called for the ICB to investigate this process that's been followed to reach this decision so that we can pause the closure. If we are to improve mental health services across our country, then the answer needs to be that reforms work for rural, isolated and coastal areas too. The second broad point is about the needs of those with an experience of growing up in the care system and the link to mental health services. Care-experienced adults are hugely overrepresented in our systems of mental health detention, assessment and treatment, and so these much-needed reforms will be a welcome change for this group in particular.
Would my honourable friend give way?
Of course I will.
Would my honourable friend agree, and my constituency neighbour, I should point out, on the important issue of suicide and the extremely high rate in Cumbria, would he agree that it's extremely important that coroners work with and provide information to local authorities and local health services to ensure that we can actually deliver policies of meaning on anti-suicide strategies in areas like Cumbria?
I thank my neighbour for Penrith and Solway for that very very well suggested intervention on the types of solutions that we should look at. There are areas of the country that have got much higher rates of suicide than others, and we do know far too little about why those areas have those trends. For children in care, we see that around half of those children are expected to have some sort of mental health disorder. And they're estimated at 4 to 5 times more likely to have a mental health need than the rest of the child population. Despite this, children in care are disproportionately rejected for support from CAMS services, and this all adds up to building up an unmet need of mental health needs that we as a country are paying the price for in social and economic costs further down the line. Just one example of this is the surge in deprivation of liberty orders that we've seen in recent years. In 2017-18, it was 103 applications. In 2024, it was 1,280. And those deprivation of liberty order applications often leave judges in our family courts with impossible choices over the accommodation, the secure accommodation option for those children. Those young people who grow up in the care system should receive the very best that our country has to offer, with help being speedy and tailored. Whilst wider changes are needed to make this a reality, humanising our mental health legislation in the ways set out in this bill will make a difference. Finally, yes, I'd gladly give way.
I thank my friend for giving way. He's talked with real passion and expertise about children in care. I think he makes some really important points. I wonder if he also agreed with me that the mental health support we give to young carers, so young people that support a family member, is equally important. And they make such a huge difference to our communities and to the NHS that they too should be supported.
Absolutely, and I welcome that intervention. The support for young carers and those young people in care, one of the common features across both of those populations is the lack sometimes that services have at looking at the whole family unit and support that can be provided to the whole family unit, and I take that point. Finally, I want to say a few words about the sensitive issue, but one that I think is a growing trend. Most weeks I visit a school in my constituency, and there is a growing theme from teachers and now parents raising concern about and the possibility of over or misdiagnosis of ADHD and mild autism. I raise this point in this debate for 2 reasons. One, because the risk is that the scale of the increase that we're seeing in diagnosis is so great that it may take away the much needed mental health services that those with acute and genuine need may have. And secondly, that we are yet to grasp the potential negative impacts of treating what may be social challenges as medical disorders. 400,000 children are currently awaiting an ADHD assessment, and rates of diagnosis have risen sharply in recent years. The variation in diagnosis varies dramatically depending on where you live, who does the assessment, and worryingly, the socio-economic background of the individual, of course.
Thank you. And I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would he be able to name an intervention for a diagnosis of mild autism that could be considered a medical intervention that would perhaps not address something that could be a social issue, as he has so identified, and could put that individual at harm?
Yes, I mean, what we've seen in a number of schools are a growing number of ADHD and mild autism diagnoses, which don't come with any form of treatment. And it's set in a system where there's an expectation that education and healthcare plans will be filled and met by multiple agencies. And those families are often left battling a system, fighting for a diagnosis, that label, and then find that the help isn't there. And my argument is that for not all, but for some of those families, they're battling a system that already has finite resources, that is now spending a huge proportion of its resources gatekeeping, when actually we should step back and look at what the support that young person and their family might need may well be. And in the case of ADHD, NICE guidelines set out very clearly that before an assessment is made, it should be established whether parenting support could be put in place to help. And my guess would be at the moment, in many cases, that offer of parenting support is not in place before an ADHD diagnosis is made. Diagnoses of autism have doubled in the last 5 years. And I'm not saying that that is incorrect, but I think the question needs to be asked as part of this wider debate about whether that growing trend is a reflection of previously undiagnosed autism, or whether, because of the changes that we've seen recently in the ICD-11 manual, we are now seeing people brought into that diagnostic manual who would otherwise previously been supported in other ways. I want to close by urging the government to consider the implications of mental health services and reforms for those in rural and remote communities, the need for the government to acknowledge the benefits that will come from these measures for those with a care experience, but also to think deeply about the need for residential care that can meet their needs for a secure setting, and then also for the government to consider ways in which we can have a full and rich conversation about the growing diagnosis of ADHD and mild autism as a country, so that we can establish the best routes of support for those children who are crying out for support and their parents who are often battling against a system. And in those ways, potentially building up future need for the crisis mental health services that we've been speaking about this evening.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before I begin, I want to pay tribute to my right honourable and honourable friends for extremely informed, personal and moving speeches around supporting the positive elements of this bill and making extremely important, constructive suggestions to make the bill even better than it is. So I stand today to speak in strong support of this bill and the urgent and long overdue reform of our mental health legislation. The Mental Health Act 1983, now 40 years old, was designed for a different era. While it has provided a legal framework for detaining and treating individuals in crises, it no longer reflects our modern understanding of mental illness, patient rights, or best clinical practice. As we've heard, the Act governs both civil patients and those involved in the criminal justice system, and includes powers such as community treatment orders. But it is clear that the system it underpins is no longer fit for purpose. The need for reform is stark and obvious. Patients detained under the Act often have little say in their treatment or who is involved in their care. And we've heard racial disparities are deeply entrenched, with black and black British people 3.5 times more likely to be detained and 11 times more likely to be placed under a community treatment order. The journey toward reform began with the 2018 independent review led by Sir Simon Wesley, which identified rising detention rates, poor patient experience and systemic disadvantages for people with learning disabilities and autism. A draft bill followed in 2023, and I commend the government for taking this forward with the proposed bill. Each year, approximately 54,000 individuals are detained under the Mental Health Act. Alarmingly, as I've mentioned, black individuals are nearly 4 times more likely to be detained and 11 times more likely to be placed under a CTO. Furthermore, nearly 1,000 young people are detained annually, yet over half report that their hospital stay did not aid their recovery. These statistics are not just numbers, they are a call to action. There are serious concerns about the treatment of people with learning disabilities and autism. While the bill rightly ends inappropriate detentions under Section 3 without a co-occurring mental illness, the delay in implementation due to the lack of resources raises fears of criminalisation, misdiagnoses and exclusion from aftercare. We need a fully costed plan with clear targets and accountability to support this vulnerable group. Moving on, Mind, the leading mental health charity, has identified a further 3 critical areas where the bill must go further. 1, tackling the racial disparities. The disproportionate detention of black individuals under the current Act is a glaring injustice. The bill must include specific measures to reduce this disparity, such as limiting the use of community treatment orders and introducing a responsible person role to oversee treatment decisions. Additionally, a statutory duty to monitor and report on progress against these inequalities is essential, and I therefore support the creation of a dedicated role to monitor and act on racial disparities in detention and treatment. Number 2, the principle of least restriction is central to the bill, yet it remains aspirational without enforceable rights. Patients should have a statutory right to assessments and treatment, the ability to appeal treatment decisions, and expanded access to advocacy services. These rights are not just about legal protections, they're about respecting the dignity and autonomy of individuals facing mental health challenges. Number 3, young people detained under the Mental Health Act often find themselves without adequate support or a voice in decisions about their care. The bill must include a transparent decision-making test tailored for children and young people, ensuring that their best interests are at the forefront of all treatment decisions, including safeguards and the standardisation of advanced choice documents. The government indicates that the implementation timelines could be up to a decade, and I would urge the government to implement each element of the bill as soon as it's practicably possible to do so. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is very welcome and is a pivotal moment in the history of mental health care in our country. It is a huge step forward, but it can go further. To truly transform mental health care, we must ensure that the legislation is not only progressive in its intentions, but also robust in its protections. We have the opportunity to create a system that upholds the rights, dignity and humanity of every individual. Let us therefore not pass up this chance to make all of the necessary changes. Let us amend this bill to reflect the values of equality, autonomy and respect, and take this once-in-a-generation opportunity to build a fit-for-purpose mental health system that is fairer, more compassionate and more effective. I urge the government to take this opportunity to address the gaps, take heed of the recommendations and concerns, and make it right and proper. Thank you.
I do want to continue with the tone of the debate, but to get everybody in, we'll have a speaking limit of 7 minutes. It's quite a long time, 7 minutes. Sojourn Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to be called to speak in this second reading debate. Prior to elected into this House, I was working in the NHS for the past 22 years in the mental health services, and I'm currently the chair of all-party parliamentary group on mental health. This is therefore an issue that I care deeply about. It has been widely accepted that the current Mental Health Act is outdated and the need to modernise it has been talked about for some time. I pay tribute to Baroness May when she was Prime Minister, commissioned Professor Sir Simon Wesley to undertake an independent review of the Act. But I commend this Labour government for taking this without any delay. As members will be aware, it was Mental Health Awareness Week last, and the discussions I took part in showed how far we have come in removing much of the stigma around mental health. But I fear a lot of that stigma still remains when it comes to discussing severe mental health, such as case of schizophrenia. I therefore welcome the importance of the government has given to this bill and to update the existing law so it is fit for the 21st century. I hope that our deliberations we can play our part in helping to ensure that severe mental ill health is treated with the respect and understanding it deserves. The Mental Health Act provides a legal framework for the detention of people when their mental health means that they are at risk to themselves or others. In doing so, they can receive the appropriate treatment. This bill looks to modernise this legal framework, and I welcome that Clause 1 adopts the 4 principles of treatment that Sir Simon Wesley's independent review proposed. By adopting these principles, the legislation will give patients greater choice, enhance rights and support, and ensure that being treated with dignity and respect is an integral part of their treatment. This reform is long overdue. We talk a great deal about wanting to deliver personalised care in our health service. This should therefore be the guiding principle in every part of the service, especially for the most vulnerable. Adopting these principles is about redressing the balance of power away from the system to give the patient more say and autonomy over their treatment. This will help to ensure that those in our society with the most severe mental health conditions get better, more personalised care. I also welcome the statutory role that Clause 24 to 28 of the bill will give a nominated person to give a greater say over the patient's treatment and care, replacing the old hierarchical list of relatives and instead have someone who has been selected by the patient, albeit with certain safeguards in place, is about updating the legislation to reflect today's world. Turning to Clause 3, which deals with the application of the Mental Health Act to autistic people or those who have a learning disability. This clause would modify the definition of mental disorder by introducing new definitions of autism, learning disability, and psychiatric disorder. As a result, people with a learning disability or those who are autistic could no longer be detained or made subject to a community treatment order unless they have a co-occurring psychiatric disorder. This is a welcome and long overdue change. Under the current Mental Health Act, autistic people or those with a learning disability have experienced inappropriate care over medication and extended period of detention. As we look to modernise the Act, it is therefore wholly appropriate to ensure that they cannot be detained unless they also have a co-occurring psychiatric disorder. However, I know that some concerns have been expressed among parts of learning disability and autism sectors that making this change may have unintended consequences. For example, it may lead to an increase in alternative route to detention. In particular, concern has been raised that people who have high-risk behaviours that requires treatment in appropriate and safe hospital environments may end up having to be dealt with by the criminal justice system if they cannot be detained under the Mental Health Act. I know that these concerns were debated when the bill was considered in the other place, but I would be grateful if the Minister could say whether the government has given any further consideration to these points. I would also be grateful if he could give an assurance that he and his officials would be willing to engage with the learning disability and autism sectors as the bill continues its progress through this House. In my time remaining, I would just make a couple of other points. Firstly, in the other place, the Conservatives were successful in amending the bill to allow the extension of police powers of detention under Section 135 and 136 to other specified healthcare professionals. I know this amendment has provoked serious concerns from representatives of healthcare professionals, and I understand it is not supported by the police either. There is already a right care, right person model that was introduced in 2023 in place that has reduced the time the police have to deal with mental health patients. So can the Minister tell me if the government will look into overturn that amendment? I would also be grateful if my honourable friend could say how the government will build on what in this bill to ensure that there are wider reforms and investment into mental health. In particular, how we can ensure that the aims of the bill are also accompanied by high-quality mental health services, especially community services for people experiencing poor mental health. In preparation for today's debate, on Thursday, as chair of the APPG on mental health, I was pleased to organise a visit for a small group of members to the mental health centre at St Charles Hospital in Kensington. During our visit, we were able to spend time in the mental health crisis service. This is an excellent facility that is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for anyone in the area who is experiencing a mental health crisis. I would be recommending that these sort of facilities be implemented across the country, especially in my constituency in Ashford. where there are no mental health emergency facilities, over 2,600 people whose primary issues was recorded as mental ill health presented themselves at the A&E department at the William Harvey Hospital during 2024. So these facilities would help to prevent that, and I will urge more support is in place along with this legislation. Thank you.
Zoe Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to welcome the direction of the Mental Health Bill. It marks a long overdue shift in how we treat some of the most vulnerable in our society, recognising that people deserve more than crisis care. They deserve dignity, choice and autonomy. But before I continue, I want to say it's been a real privilege to be in the Chamber for this important debate, and the very moving speech from my honourable friend, the member for St Neots and Mid-Cambridgeshire, and so many others across this chamber who have shared their constituents and their own personal stories. This bill rightly puts patients at the centre, giving them more say in their treatment, improving the complaints process and introducing personalised care plans, replacing the outdated nearest relative with a nominated person that reflects a broader move towards a more respectful, person-centred system that listens, empowers and supports recovery. But here is the uncomfortable truth. However well-intentioned, this bill will achieve little unless we confront the funding crisis already engulfing our mental health services. This bill is asking overstretched, underpaid staff to deliver changes that demand time and care when many are already at breaking point. And my constituents across Guildford see this every single day. Jennifer came to me in despair over the care of her daughter Leah, who is receiving care at a local mental health unit. Chronic understaffing and lack of support means concerns go unanswered. Underfunding has created a cycle of inadequate care, treatment refused, early discharges to free up beds, and inevitable readmissions when Leah's needs are left unmet. I've heard from Samantha, whose son suffered a psychotic episode that ended in tragedy. A stark reminder of what happens when crises go unsupported. I also want to mention the story of a young woman who I won't name today, but who made a series of attempts on her life until she tragically succeeded after gaining access to a poison from overseas. I know that this is not a unique story, and that multiple coroners have written to the Secretary of State for Health and his predecessors about this issue, and I wonder if the Minister will agree to meet with me to discuss the case and whether it may be possible to use the Mental Health Bill to prevent further similar deaths. And then there's the fact that across this country, people are waiting months, sometimes years, for mental health care. Children and young people are falling through the cracks, and CAMHS is overwhelmed and referrals delayed. Patients are sent miles from home due to local bed shortages. Police are left to respond to mental health emergencies because there's no one else to call. Our system is not just stretched, it is at breaking point. And yet, the proportion of NHS funding going to mental health is falling. Despite soaring demand, despite mental illness making up a fifth of the NHS's burden, and despite the government's promises. These are not just gaps in the system, they are failures of political will. This government... I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. As well as funding from the NHS for direct mental health services, does my honourable friend agree with me that we should also invest in preventative steps to help children to avoid the mental health anguish that they're suffering today?
Absolutely. I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and I can say from my own caseload that there are too many stories where actually, if young people had been given preventative care and support, we would not be facing the tragic situations they and their families are now living through. This government has scrapped key mental health targets, including goals for early intervention, therapy access and physical health checks for people with mental illnesses, and I'm sorry, it signals a retreat at the very moment we need to advance. Madam Deputy Speaker, I support the vision that this bill outlines, but its success depends entirely on the foundation it stands upon. Without adequate investment, even the very best intentions will struggle to take root. Ensuring people can exercise their rights and staff can support them demands more than legislation. It demands real resources and sustained commitment from this government. We need a national effort to rebuild mental health care from the ground up, with early intervention for young people, trained professionals in schools and communities, continuity of care, and a culture shift that treats mental health with the same urgency and seriousness as physical health. Failure is not an option, not for the thousands still waiting, not for the staff stretched to their limits, and not for the communities left to pick up the pieces. We can and we must do better. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Darren Paffy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in rising to support this important bill, I am incredibly humbled by some of the speeches that have gone before, particularly those were the members of Dorking and Horley and St Neots in Cambridgeshire on the Lib Dem benches, the experience of colleagues from Runnymede and Weybridge, and of course my own colleagues here for Thurrock and Sittingbourne and Sheppey. This bill is incredibly welcome. It is long overdue and deserves the urgency and seriousness that it's being given. In my own constituency of Southampton-Itchen, I've heard from families who have waited months and sometimes years for help. The waiting list for CAMS services in Southampton in many cases exceeds 2 years. I've spoken...
My honourable friend give way.
I'm happy to give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Recently I met with grandparents in my constituency of Scarborough and Whitby who are caring for their grandchild recently diagnosed with autism, who is suffering from poor mental health, unable to attend school, and the family is struggling to access support. So while I greatly welcome the government's work so far in this area, including the pledge that there is a specialist mental health professional in every school, does my honourable friend agree with me that a 3-year wait for an appointment with CAMS, such as the wait my constituents are facing, is completely unacceptable?
Thank you. My honourable friend makes an incredibly important point, and I fully agree that the wait that many people are having to face is excruciating. Those constituents that have come to me have expressed in tears that in some cases they don't know if their children will make it to adulthood because those services are not there. They are subject to hugely long waits and often inadequate provision. So these changes are crucial. Of course, there are some truly commendable local initiatives in Southampton that are making a real difference on the ground. And I pay tribute to services like the Lighthouse, an invaluable out-of-hours mental health support centre for adults in crisis, and No Limits, a brilliant charity which has for many years provided a wide range of health and well-being support schemes to children and young people across the city. These organisations exemplify the compassion and commitment of professionals and volunteers to those who need their services. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's be clear, however dedicated these services are and the people within them, they are operating under immense pressure. Demand has outpaced capacity, and that's why national action is so urgently needed to match that local effort with investment, with modernisation and with a workforce expansion required to ensure that no one is left behind. There are two essential pillars upon which real improvement in mental health provision has to be built. Firstly, the legal framework, which this bill rightly seeks to modernise, and secondly, the funding, as other colleagues from around the chamber have said, that funding that underpins the delivery of services on the ground. So reforming the law is a vital step, but without sustained investment in frontline mental health care, we risk changing the rules without changing the reality for patients. Happy to give way.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way on this point. In my constituency of Darlington, we have a statistically significant suicide rate. I know 7 men who've taken their own life that I've mentioned several times in this place. Does he agree with me that whilst funding is important, early intervention and preventative care around mental health services is also really good money well spent?
Thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and as a former Cabinet Member for Children's Services, I've learnt through experience that early intervention will always be far better value for money than the obviously very necessary but often too late reactive services. So we need both. We need compassionate, up-to-date legislation, and we need the resources to make it meaningful in practice. So this bill brings our mental health laws into the 21st century. The Mental Health Act, as has been mentioned, is now as old as the Secretary of State, I'm sad to say that both he and the Act are still younger than I am. But its provisions no longer reflect our understanding of mental health or the standards of dignity and agency that we now rightly expect. So these reforms put patient voices at the centre. I'm pleased to see for the first time patients will have greater rights to make their wishes known and to be involved in decisions about their own care, and no one could make that case more eloquently than my honourable friend for Thurrock. Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill also rightly recognises the needs of children and young people. Too many of them are falling through the cracks. And one of the major factors affecting children and young people's mental health today is, of course, the pervasive presence of social media. There is growing and compelling evidence that's emerging that the addictive algorithms are leading to increasing anxiety, depression, and low self-esteem. Add to that the impacts of cyberbullying, of social comparison, and 24-hour peer pressure, then it's little surprise that there's real damage to the mental well-being of our young people. And in my own constituency, 2 tragic and heartbreaking deaths, which were very much about the mental health and online forces that led them to that terrible, terrible decision to die by suicide. So we must take action, both to prevent and to react to poor mental health. So this legislation gives young people the right to express their views in writing and requires professionals to take those views seriously. Every child deserves support, not silence, and this bill takes us in the right direction. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've said, the reforms outlined in this bill are important, but can I ask ministers to confirm that they will be backed up by the funding needed to deliver sustainable mental health services in England? I welcome the fact that the government has committed to an additional £680 million to mental health services this year, and I urge ministers to get that money out of Whitehall quickly and to the front line in Southampton and other places where it's desperately needed. I'm delighted that we now have a national plan to recruit 8,500 new mental health staff. That includes placing specialist professionals in every school. And when I served as Cabinet Member for Education in Southampton, we were proud to lead the way by introducing mental health support into our local schools with a pilot initiative that has had a clear and positive impact. And I'm delighted to see that successful approach is now being adopted on a national scale. I'm also delighted that this Labour government is developing Young Futures hubs across the country to provide that early support that my honourable friend has made the case for so eloquently, keeping young people well and, importantly, out of hospital in the first place where possible. So that includes the scandal of learning disabled and autistic people being locked in hospital simply because there is nowhere else for them to go. This bill will end that inappropriate detention and strengthen community-based support. But in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, when more people die by suicide than in traffic accidents, when patients are left in police cells simply because there is nowhere safe for them to go, then radical change is the only responsible path, and we must strive to achieve that change through this mental health bill.
Shock hat, Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I also say how humbling it has been to be part of this debate, and especially the powerful contributions of honourable members with so much knowledge, and in particular the member for Runnymede and Weybridge, and the powerful emotive speeches by members of Dorking and Horley, St Neots and Mid-Cambridgeshire. I too welcome the mental health bill and the government's recognition that the current legislation is no longer fit for purpose. With over 54,000 people detained under the existing Act, this is an opportunity to modernise a system that often fails to provide care fairly and effectively, and we have heard brutal testimony of that today. But while I support the direction of this bill, one area that needs greater attention is the impact on young people. We are seeing a clear and worrying rise in mental health issues amongst children and teenagers, yet the bill does not fully guarantee them the same rights and safeguards as adults. There is still no statutory test for decision-making capacity for under-16s. Without this, many young people could miss out on key rights such as choosing a responsible nominated person or accessing the protection around informal admission. And while the current guidelines say that children should only be placed on adult wards in exceptional cases, this is still happening far too often. In 2022-2023, nearly 200 children were admitted to an adult psychiatric ward. These environments are not designed for them. Children are placed there, can lose access to education, peer support and age-appropriate care. This must change. It's not only adult wards that are out of concern for me, but the fact that many children are sent to live very far away from their homes and support structures, even to other towns. So we must require statutory provision to prevent this from happening. Turning to racial inequality, the data continues to tell a really stark story. Black people are nearly 4 times as likely to be detained under the Mental Health Act and 7 times more likely to be placed under a community treatment order. These orders were meant to reduce hospital readmission, but they often do not achieve that aim. Instead, they can feel indefinite, coercive and difficult to challenge, and many people saying it erodes the trust between families and healthcare providers. That is why I support either abolishing CTOs altogether or ensuring they are subject to regular, independent reviews with clear criteria, and I also support the call for a responsible person for race equity within every single trust, someone with the authority and visibility to ensuring training, policy and data are used effectively to address local disparities. We need national accountability too. That's why an annual report by the Secretary of State, broken down by protected characteristics, is vital. If we are serious about reducing inequality, we must measure, understand and act on it. Finally, on autism and learning disabilities, I support the decision to remove the ability to detain people without a co-occurring mental health condition. However, there are real concerns that without the proper support in the community, people may end up being misdiagnosed just to fit the criteria for detention or may be left without appropriate care altogether. We need a clear, costed plan for supporting integrated care boards and local authorities in delivering the care people really need in the community. That means targets, proper funding and safeguards to prevent delays and poor outcomes. We cannot afford a system in which a lack of planning results in another decade of delay for this vulnerable group. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is an important step forward, but it is not enough on its own. If we want meaningful change, we need investment, accountability and a stronger focus on the rights of the people who depend on mental health services every single day. We are all responsible for ensuring that this legislation does more than change the law, it must change lives. Thank you.
Andrew Cooper.
It's been an absolute privilege to listen to some of the contributions in the chamber tonight from people with real expertise and experience. I wholeheartedly welcome the government's mental health bill. I'm proud that this vital and long overdue bill, as we've heard tonight, will modernise the woefully out-of-date Mental Health Act, which we know is linked to racial inequalities, poor care for people with learning disabilities and neurodivergence, and failing to give patients a proper voice. By modernising the Mental Health Act and making it fit for the 21st century, the government is demonstrating it has the ambition, the compassion and the determination to ensure that patients have greater choice, autonomy, rights and support, and that all patients are treated with dignity and respect throughout their treatment. There are many welcome measures in this bill, from strengthening patient rights to reforming the use of involuntary detention and limiting the extent to which people with a learning disability can be detained. But to ensure we tackle the crisis in and transform the future of mental health care as a whole, we must go further and build on these reforms. Nowhere is that need more urgent than in children's mental health services, where, alongside profound societal change, the damage to the capacity of the state from the previous government is most painfully visible, and where the cost of inaction is overwhelming. The relationship between unhealthy online habits among adolescents and poor mental health is well documented. The World Health Organization reported last year that potentially damaging social media use has been shown to lead to depression, bullying, anxiety, and poor academic performance. But these changes have occurred at the same time as huge reductions in the availability of youth services and other early intervention, the closure of safe community spaces and access to trusted role models, and the stark increases in relative child poverty and homelessness. Earlier this month, I launched a local survey in my constituency to hear directly from children and their families to better understand the state of children's mental health services in my area. And some of the responses I've received so far paint a bleak and harrowing picture of parents desperately trying to get their children the support they need. The initial results of the survey demonstrate to me that we must focus on two connected areas of reform, which I believe must be part of our wider plans to tackle the mental health crisis. First, we must begin with early intervention, not as an afterthought, but as a system-wide principle. Under the previous government, the mental health system has often failed to intervene in a timely and consistent and adequate manner, and it is widely understood that early mental health challenges can significantly impact a child's development, yet services for young children remain insufficient and poorly coordinated. For children in their early years and preschool stages, support is often fragmented or entirely lacking. To address this gap, we need a cohesive early intervention strategy that does more to integrate early years health and education. Additionally, we must go further by giving children access to mental health professionals in every primary and secondary school, making support not just accessible, but familiar and trustworthy. Schools are often the first place where issues are identified, and they must also be where the support starts. And so it's brilliant to see the announcement on Friday that this will begin to be rolled out, but it does need to be accelerated in my view. Second, we must overhaul how children access specialist care and tackle the systemic barriers created by high thresholds and long waits. Early intervention only works if there's a functioning system to refer into, but right now that system is broken. Over the last 14 years, services have been hollowed out, waiting lists have spiralled, and thresholds for access have been pushed so high that even children in clear crisis are being turned away. I've heard countless stories of children who are self-harming, experiencing suicidal thoughts, or in deep emotional distress, being told they don't meet the criteria for treatment. Families are left to watch their children deteriorate, terrified, helpless, and too often unheard. That is not care. That is the cost of failure. And this is no reflection on the professionals delivering the care. My survey showed good levels of satisfaction, but there simply isn't enough of it to meet the current demand. Unless we expand the service capacity and rethink how thresholds are applied, the most vulnerable children will continue to fall through the cracks, no matter how early their needs are identified. Early help must lead somewhere, and that means ensuring that timely and specialist care is available for those who need it. These two reforms are not standalone. They are interdependent. You cannot have meaningful early intervention without timely access to specialist care. And for as long as we do not address the root causes of poor mental health, child poverty, hollowed out youth services, weak online safety, this problem will continue to get worse. This bill, along with a wider plan to tackle the mental health crisis, presents the opportunity to not only fix what's broken, but to create something better, a mental health system that's accessible, equitable, and fit for the future. And I'm proud to support this bill tonight.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A real pleasure to speak in this. Can I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to make a contribution. I begin by saying it is essential that we get it right. I think tonight, if I can say this very honestly, I think the Secretary of State in his introduction outlined the case very well, and I think his policy, his strategy, his legal way forward is one that I welcome here in Westminster, but I also believe it sets the trends very importantly for the rest of the regions of this United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and particularly for Northern Ireland. I know the Minister has direct contact every week, or every month I should say, with the Minister Mike Nesbitt, and it's a very constructive dialogue takes place between the Secretary of State here and the Minister back home. So this will set, hopefully, and allow all regions across the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to ensure that we are all on the same page when it comes to mental health support and obligations. I think the Minister and the Labour Government have set a strategy in place which I welcome. Mental health is something which has increasingly and rightly come to the forefront of our minds. We are now taking it on board to teach our children coping mechanisms from early school days, with teachers practising, for example, breathing exercises with children, and with teenagers in exam situations being helped and guided through. These things are happening already. We've come forward in leaps and bounds. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not a sprint. This is a generational marathon, and we are struggling, I believe, to make the mile markers. And this is why I welcome the whole premise and the thrust of the bill as put forward. The Mental Health in Northern Ireland Fundamental Facts 2023 report was launched around 18 months ago and had some very interesting stats to consider. The wide-ranging report shows that people in the most deprived areas, 30%, are more likely to have a probable mental illness compared to those in the least deprived areas, of some 20%. And poverty, particularly child poverty, is a key contributor, and that 1 in 4, almost 24% of children in Northern Ireland are living in poverty. Stable housing is also a key driver of well-being, and almost 70% of people experiencing homelessness have a diagnosed mental health condition. In my intervention to the Secretary of State earlier on in his contribution at the beginning, I welcomed his agreement to share this bill and its recommendations with the Health Minister Mike Nesbitt in Northern Ireland, because I believe its constructive, helpful recommendations will help us also back home to try and achieve some of these aspirations and policies of the Government and the Minister here. The report also highlights the associations between poor mental health outcomes and adverse childhood experiences. 47.5% of young people aged 11 to 19 years experience at least one adverse childhood experience. Young people in the least deprived areas are more likely to experience no ACEs compared to those in the most deprived areas. 1 in 5 adults, 1 in 8 children in Northern Ireland have a probable mental illness, according to that report, with rates in adults similar to other reasons. However, our history, Madam Deputy, our history of conflict, some 30 years of a terrorist campaign where terrorists murdering IRA tried to kill unionists and those who objected to their way of life, and they have repercussions, contribute to a more complex mental health difficulties in the population. This is a snapshot of any and indeed all of the regions in the United Kingdom. We are all facing the same difficulties and are all needing a more effective solution and support available for individuals and families. I've had so many anxious parents, others have referred to these children have been referred to CAMS, HMS, and the waiting list in Northern Ireland is 2,100 approximately. Total waits for a child and adolescent mental health service assessment, with 1,104, over half of those numbers waiting for more than 9 weeks. These are children who may be self-harming, who have OCD, and whose bodies are feeling the effects of the obsessive hand washing when stressed. These are just some of the things that young people have to deal with. So many things that affect their education. And this is why I welcome the aims of the new section 125A, which provides for the making of arrangements for ensuring care, education and treatment review meetings take place for children. Education and a hope and a future are essential, and I welcome this aim. It's all about giving hope. And I think every one of us, as elected representative, Madam Chair, want to give hope to our constituents, hope to the parents, hope to the children for a better future. And that's why we welcome this positive bill here tonight. I would question gently, if I can, just to the Minister, whether the bill goes far enough in legal obligations for children's review in education and in health. And I would look to the Minister for the opinion as to whether more should be done to ensure that children and vulnerable adults have a pathway to education and a better health programme, and therefore a hope and a future that we can give them. This must not be a postcode lottery. Indeed, children and vulnerable adults in each region deserve the same rights with dedication and service. And I hope tonight that this bill, which was applicable only in England and Wales, I understand that, will make changes for the good of the entire of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and will put in stone, use that political term, put in stone a focus that all can benefit from. The Minister and the Secretary of State gave me that commitment in my intervention. I look forward to the Minister continuing his positive thoughts on how we can all gain, because tonight is one of them good nights for this House. Thank you.
Chris Webb.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've spoken many times in this House about mental health because I see it impact every day in Blackpool, in our communities, in our families and tragically on our children and young people. Today I want to focus the House's attention on them. As a mental health advocate and the former chair of an award-winning mental health charity in Blackpool, I've witnessed a growing and urgent need to support our young people. Now, as the MP from my hometown, in the midst of a severe mental health crisis, desperate parents are coming to me every day asking for help. A mother recently contacted me about her 14-year-old daughter. In just 4 months, her child attempted to take her own life 3 times by overdose. The minimal support that they had been hard fought for, inconsistent and incohesive. The family are on constant high alert in case their daughter tries to take her own life again. As a new parent, I can't comprehend how they must be feeling day to day. No family should be left in this situation, let alone have to fight for help that should be there from the outset. Earlier this month, I sat down with young people, parents, teachers, community leaders and the police to discuss the links between bullying and mental ill health. Among the brave young people who shared their story was Elsie. She spoke about how bullying about her appearance began in primary school and intensified in secondary. She became anxious, depressed and eventually stopped going to school. She was moved from the top to bottom sets and her academic attainment plummeted. She told me she hated herself. But because she was seen as one of the ones that was acting up, she was punished by the adults around her. She was seen as the problem. The real problem was that no one listened. And the painful truth is that her experience is far from unique. When young people speak up about their mental health, our job is to first listen and then act. That's why this mental health bill matters. It delivers on the government's commitment to modernise the Mental Health Act and to give people greater autonomy to ensure everyone is treated with dignity and respect during their care. It strengthens the voice of parents, gives statutory weight to their rights to be involved in decisions about their treatment, increases scrutiny of detention and seeks to limit the use of an act to detain those with learning disabilities. The most recent NHS figures show around 135 hospital admissions of 10 to 24-year-olds in Blackpool due to self-harm in the year to March 2024, a sharp rise from about 100 the year before. This is more than double the national average. Child inpatient admissions for mental health conditions in Blackpool are also significantly higher than the national average. Children in care, care leavers, young carers and those living in poverty are especially vulnerable and are too often they're the ones failed most severely. This inadequately extends to detention. We know that people living in deprived areas are more than 3.5 times more likely to be detained under the Mental Health Act than those in more affluent parts of the country. This is a staggering and unacceptable disparity and a sad reality for my constituents in Blackpool South. The bill takes a much-needed step forward, introducing a 28-day limit to detaining people with a learning disability or autism who do not have co-occurring mental health conditions. I support this reform, but this cannot come in effect until we have sufficient community service in place that my community is crying out for. In that context, I welcome the plan to expand community-based support. The government is committed to walk-in mental health hubs in every community, more accessible support workers and a specialist mental health professional in every school, all that are desperately needed in Blackpool. These essential steps must be backed by funding, urgency and clear timelines, because right now our youth mental health services are stretched beyond capacity. Young people in Blackpool and across the country are too often placed on adult wards, sent far from home or left to fend for themselves until they reach crisis point.
Well, my honourable friend...
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. My honourable friend makes a very powerful point, and in my Carlisle constituency, I've had a very stark case of a young woman, aged 15, with anorexia, who sadly, because we don't have the inpatient facilities in our area, was detained, confined to a wheelchair, and she didn't feel that her wishes or that of her mother's were taken into account. During her stay, she was eventually placed in an inpatient ward out of county. Does he agree with me that one of the strengths of this bill is that it will give voice and a right for my constituents' wishes to be heard?
Thank you. I thank my honourable friend for her intervention. I completely agree. I had it with a family member recently who was suffering with a mental health crisis but couldn't be placed in Blackpool and had to go hundreds of miles away. This isn't acceptable. They need to have a greater say and we need more support. Mental health charity Mind points out that children are being restrained, ignored and left to navigate a confusing system alone. This is not a system built on dignity or care. We must strengthen legal safeguards for children and young people. I urge the government to introduce a statutory framework for assessing capacity in under-16s, because without it, their voices are too easily sidelined. Statutory care and treatment plans should be extended to every young person receiving mental health care, and we need stronger protections for children being placed in inappropriate or unsafe settings far from their families and communities. As we consider these reforms, I ask the government if they will clarify how it plans to implement the new model of specialised mental health services for children and young people, particularly in light of the abolition of NHS England. Can the government tell the House what specific provisions for children and young people will be included in its updated service specifications and legislative reforms? And will the government commit to a serious sustained reform of the wider system so that children and young people can access effective early support in their communities before they ever reach crisis point? Because this bill cannot be seen in isolation from the wider challenges facing young people's mental health. Reform in the Mental Health Act is crucial, but it must be matched by real-world changes to services, staff and support on the ground. Elsie's story of how unchecked bullying in schools impacted her mental health and future prospects matters, as do thousands of untold stories from children across the country. They deserve a system that listens to them, values their voices and responds to the care they need. They deserve support that meets them wherever they are, not once they've already reached the edge. And they deserve the dignity, compassion and care that this bill aspires to deliver. Let's make sure we don't waste this opportunity. Thank you, Madam.
Laura Kirksmith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I say how humbled I am to follow such powerful and personal contributions from many of the honourable members in this House. And can I say how much I welcome these long overdue reforms of the Mental Health Act. I'm extremely proud to be part of a government that's moving so quickly to ensure that people experiencing severe mental illness are given more autonomy and choice, treated always with dignity and respect, and given the enhanced right and support that they'll get through this bill. Mental health is a theme of so many of the conversations that I have and the support that I try to provide in my constituency of Aylesbury. Whether that's the young people, Faye, Tyler, AJ and Dwani, who joined my recent work experience programme and devised a fantastic campaign called Breaking the Silence to improve mental health understanding for young adults. Or the residents at Beerbrook Place, run by Connection Support, which offers supported accommodation for adults facing homelessness. They told me it was their mental health challenges that contributed to them becoming at risk of homelessness, and their ongoing mental health recovery which gave them most confidence that they could live independently again. Or the people who go along to the fantastic drop-ins provided by the Space charity in St Mary's Church, many of whom experience mental health challenges as a result of unexpected life events, health struggles or social isolation. And I could go on. But this evening I want to focus on how this bill should improve the experience of pregnant and new mums struggling with severe mental illness. This is a subject particularly close to my heart, having lost one of my best friends, Sophie Middlemiss, to suicide shortly after the birth of her little girl, her third child. And it's something that I speak to many parents about, including the fantastic Amy Scullard, who runs the Pandas perinatal mental health group in Aylesbury. In this period of pregnancy and the year after birth, almost 1 in 4 people struggle with their mental health. For many people, their experience is relatively mild and they will recover. But some people, often without any prior mental health challenges and without warning, will experience extremely severe mental illness. And suicide, tragically, is the leading cause of death for women in that period, from 6 weeks to a year after birth. But I want to highlight 3 aspects of the bill which I think will be important for people experiencing serious mental illness at this stage of their lives and who will end up falling within the scope of this bill. First, the fact that patients will be able to choose a nominated person to represent them is a really vital step forward. Absolutely crucial, and I have seen firsthand how, at that point at which people are severely unwell, they're unable to make the best decisions for themselves. So to formalise the role of someone to play this role on their behalf, and with more powers as well to challenge the system, could make a really positive difference to their care. Second, I'm really pleased that this bill will make individualised care and treatment plans statutory, Every person is different, of course we know. Our attitudes to mental health have evolved a huge amount since the Mental Health Act was last updated. And ensuring that they have that personalised care plan that accounts for their particular circumstances is crucial. So too is the fact that the bill creates a duty to inform and support patients in making advanced choice documents before they become ill from that place of good health. And third, I'm really pleased that the bill aims to reduce the significant racial inequalities that exist under the current Act. These inequalities also drive significant differences in perinatal healthcare outcomes more broadly. Black people are over 3.5 times more likely to be detained under the Mental Health Act than white people, and over 7 times more likely to be placed on a community treatment order, and this has to change. But the bill introduces measures that should have a really positive impact for people from ethnic minorities. For example, through this introduction of the advanced choice documents, as well as the tightening of the criteria for detention and compulsory treatment. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm conscious of time, but I just want to note one point on the implementation of the bill once we get to that point. Because for people experiencing severe mental illness in that period after birth, mother and baby units can be a crucial part of their recovery, as well as having significant benefits for the parent-infant relationship. But too often, whether or not a mum can actually access one of these units remains a postcode lottery. And I believe we have to get to a point where all women who have given birth within the 12 months prior to compulsory admission are given that option of being admitted to a ward where they can remain with their baby. And I think I'm so pleased to see the Secretary of State's commitment to the mental health investment standards, to all of the funding that is going to be needed to implement the measures in this bill properly. But I do hope that provision in particular for this group of women at severe risk of these serious mental health illnesses will be considered. So let me conclude by noting, of course, that for all those who experience milder struggles with their mental health, it's clear that there's a whole lot more that we need to do beyond the bill, and I know the ministers are very conscious of that, and there's a lot of vital work underway already, including more mental health support in schools and the recruitment of additional mental health support workers and the rollout of the family hubs and the youth hubs and this sort of community provision. These community services are essential. But this bill, of course, is for those people who struggle with the most severe mental illness and require that intensive specialist support. And for them, this bill represents a really crucial step forward, and I'm really proud to support it.
David Burton-Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank all those members who've spoken so far too for sharing their professional experience, leaving me feeling very underqualified to speak on this matter, but also those who shared their deeply personal contributions. We all know there's some shocking statistics associated with mental health. The cost of poor mental health is calculated at £300 billion a year in England, and the life expectancy of people with a severe mental illness is around 15 years shorter than those without. And I'd like to draw the members' attention here particularly to men's mental health, an often neglected and overlooked area. Men's mental health frequently goes unrecognised or untreated, leading to severe consequences. Men face unique challenges, often being less likely to seek help. About 12.5% of men in England have a mental health disorder. Only 36% of NHS referrals for psychological therapies are for men, and many fear judgment for discussing mental health. Men can feel pressured to appear strong, leading to shame, fear of judgment, and a reluctance to take time off work for mental health reasons. To add to that list of mental health disparities, we must also add, as many members have said, the racial inequalities. Black people in Britain, as we've heard, are nearly 4 times more likely to be sectioned than their white counterparts. And the NHS's race watchdog has warned that discrimination is playing a part in high figures. Racial discrimination can prevent BAME communities from accessing the care they need. We know that Black African and Caribbean communities in particular face barriers in accessing specific mental health services. They're less likely to self-refer to psychological talking therapies, and they're also less likely to be referred to such services by their GPs. In addition, racism, racial violence and hate crimes that threaten many of these communities have an additional impact upon their mental health, often leading to more severe mental illness, compounded by social injustices, discrimination and disadvantage. I recently visited Rochester Hospital, which serves my constituency. It's a community and mental health unit, and I could see there for myself the disparity, with a significant number of young black people on the ward, a mix that certainly doesn't match the makeup of our local area. We know the terrible toll of mental health that can wreak havoc on people's lives, and my constituency of Southend Western Lee lies within Essex, which is a county that is unfortunately the unwelcome focus of England's first public inquiry into mental health deaths, the Lampard Inquiry. It's investigating 2,000 mental health deaths in Essex between 2000 and 2023, which is yet another shocking statistic. It aims to examine the failures in care in Essex to hopefully ensure they're not repeated elsewhere. The inquiry has also reported that alleged failings are on a scale that is deeply shocking, and the Essex Partnership University NHS Foundation Trust has had to apologise for the harm caused to those affected. The director of the charity Inquest, Deborah Coyle, which provides support on state-related deaths, told the inquiry that many NHS trusts were more concerned with the reputation than the care they had provided for their patients. She pointed to an overuse of restraints, segregation and seclusion, and once again, especially with black patients. As we've heard, this government is committed to driving down poor mental health, and this bill is part of those steps, and I welcome those measures outlined in this bill, particularly the involvement of patients in decision-making throughout their care and the strengthening of their voice. For too long, patients have been ignored. Given some of the emerging themes from the Lampard Inquiry, I also welcome measures around increasing scrutiny of detention to ensure it's only used when necessary and for as long as necessary, plus the importance of having that nominated person in place. The Secretary of State for Health talked about prevention as well, and I too welcome other measures this government is bringing in, such as the first men's health strategy, which will also focus on mental health. The most tragic figures are the terrible toll of people who take their own life as a result of poor mental health. Men are disproportionately affected by suicide, where the statistics are horrifying. In 2023, of the 6,069 registered deaths caused by suicide, 75% were men. And suicide remains the leading cause of death in men under 54. But these are not just statistics. These are real lives being lost. I myself have sadly had personal experience of the trauma caused by male suicide and the devastating impact it has on family and friends who are left behind. In November, my close friend Sam, a bubbly, charismatic, well-liked and much-loved guy with a whole future ahead of him, unexpectedly took his own life 2 days before his 34th birthday. His loss is still being felt by many today, alongside the so many unanswered questions. We must fix this system. I speak today in Sam's memory and in the memory of everyone else who has been let down by the level of mental health support available. I never want to receive a call again to hear someone close to me has been lost in this way. We must do better, and I'm hopeful that we are now starting to head in the right direction. Thank you.
Michael Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to begin by offering my heartfelt thanks to everyone that's taken part in this debate and offered their professional and powerful personal experiences. I said in my maiden speech that we must never be afraid to learn from those around us, and I certainly have learnt an awful lot today. I know from experience that poor mental health touches nearly every one of us at some point in our lives, yet despite being a widespread experience, it remains deeply personal and too often isolating. That's why I wholeheartedly support this government's aim to transform mental health care in this country, finally placing it on an equal footing with physical health. Achieving this will require significant investment in frontline services, a shift towards preventative care, and a healthcare system that puts the individual needs of patients at its heart. I welcome to the government's announcement of plans to recruit an additional 8,500 mental health staff and the £26 million investment in new mental health crisis centres. However, even with the strongest frontline services, some individuals will always require more intensive, tailored support. We must do all we can to help these people in their time of crisis. Madam Deputy Speaker, reform of the Mental Health Act 1983 is long overdue. Sir Simon Wesley's independent review in 2018 made it clear we must give patients greater freedom of choice over their own care and treatment, more involvement, ownership and engagement. I believe that this bill does just that, replacing outdated practices that treat patients as passive recipients with ones that treat them as active partners in their own care, and introducing choice, autonomy and enhanced rights and support. Patients will be given a voice through personalised care and treatment plans placed on a statutory footing. The plans will include measurable objectives for treatment and recovery with clear pathways towards discharge, and they will be reviewed regularly so that any changes in the patient's condition or needs are promptly addressed. And there is the welcome use of advanced choice documents that will enable patients to record their treatment preferences in advance, ensuring that their voice is heard even if they lose the capacity to make decisions during a crisis. And just as importantly, this bill recognises the vital role of support networks, replacing the nearest relative rule with the right to choose a nominated person, ensuring that no one faces the system alone. However, alongside this welcome increased support, we must ensure stronger safeguards, because no one should be detained unless absolutely necessary. And that is why I welcome this bill's move to raise the threshold for detention and to more clearly define what constitutes a mental disorder, ensuring that detention is always a last resort. Additionally, there are the vital new protections for people with autism and learning disabilities, protections that so many of my honourable friends have spoken about so eloquently today. And finally, I also see the provisions to end the use of police and prison cells as so-called places of safety. This is a positive step. This reform of Section 136 will ensure that those in crisis receive appropriate care, not treated like criminals. These reforms represent a meaningful change in how we support people at their most vulnerable, and they will make a real difference to thousands of lives each year. Madam Deputy Speaker, people experiencing a health crisis deserve dignity, they deserve respect, and they deserve far better treatment than the current system provides for. Society has made great progress in destigmatising mental health, and it's time our laws reflected that. With this bill, we can move closer to a modern, compassionate healthcare service.
Yeah. Chris MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think I'd echo the remarks of previous speakers to say what a privilege it's been to listen to the real depth of personal and professional expertise. I don't share that expertise, as I think will become abundantly obvious in a short moment. Anyway, what do you get if you put a group of men in a room and ask them to talk about mental health? Well, half of them leave and the other half run into the corners of the room. And I don't know, Madam Deputy Speaker, if that rings true for the men in your life, but when I heard that, I thought that it reminded me of myself. And I heard it from a chap called Graham in Norton. That's Norton in my constituency rather than Graham Norton himself. Graham set up a men's shed in Norton. which is a national scheme, and it's a really remarkable place where men can come together and they can talk about mental health. But they do that by engaging in other activities. So if you've never been there, a men's shed is just like your own shed. It's got all of the great things your own shed has, but your mates are there as well. And in the men's shed in Norton, you can make model boats. You can take part in making things using their 3D printer. And they've got the most amazing workshop as well, which has got a fantastic pillar drill and made me think I need a pillar drill for my workshop in order to help my mental health as well. And I met many of the men who were there, some who were bereaved, some who were suffering from serious or terminal illnesses, others who were feeling lonely. And they gave me plenty of tea. And we had a really good chat, a really positive and uplifting chat, and there was a great deal of mickey taking as well, which you always find when you get a group of men together. And you see, that sort of facility is incredibly important for all of the reasons that we've heard about in the discussions about men's mental health. And not least, as we've heard a number of times this evening, because for men of my age, death by suicide is the most prevalent form of death. We heard that from my honourable friend, the member for Darlow, and my honourable friend, the member for Whitehaven and Workington. But in my constituency in Stockton North, men and women, in fact everyone, wait more than 3 months over the national average for treatment for mental health conditions. And for many of those conditions, what would really help would be some form of talking therapy. And that's why I just want to take a moment to talk a bit about psychotherapy. And for a absolutely, yes, sir.
Thank you. Just he goes on to the next part. He mentioned the men's shed, and I was also recently delighted to visit the Kirkcaldy men's shed in my constituency and saw the amazing work that they do. But I'm just so struck listening to this debate and the positive changes that this bill will bring, and the contrast that we have in Scotland. Almost every local service I speak to, the local mental health crisis across Fife is raised, whether that's the NHS, charities or the police. And NHS Fife has asked for funding from the Scottish Government to sort out a mental health crisis and was told not to even ask. So that's just such a contrast with where we are here, and I'm sure he will agree that action needs to be taken in Scotland and in Fife.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and it will not be very long before voters in Scotland have the opportunity to contrast the Scottish Government with what a Labour government delivers, and hopefully they'll choose that. So psychotherapy I was mentioning. I mean, for a profession that's been around since the time of Freud, it's remarkably unregulated. There's no professional register and no form of legally enforceable complaints, no way to ensure that someone who has been found guilty of misconduct can be stopped from practising. In fact, anyone can call themselves a therapist. The previous Labour government considered in 2007 some form of regulation for therapists, and I'm encouraging the government today to include that in this bill, as it would be the ideal place in which to do that. There has been, since 2007, a strong rise in private practice and in legal cases arising from issues to do with psychotherapy, and of course online influence as well. They were described by Professor Dame Till Wyker, an expert in this area, as selling snake oil. And as my honourable friend, the member for Southampton Itcham, mentioned, this is certainly another reason why we need stronger safeguards and regulation on social media for children as well. So the issue with psychotherapists essentially is that an unqualified psychotherapist could do harm, but also probably more likely it's a missed opportunity to do good, a failure to diagnose perhaps a more serious condition, or frankly to miss the chance to save somebody's life. Regulation is supported by the profession. Chloe, a professional, urged me to raise this issue with the Secretary of State, as I am doing now as he's in his place. It's an opportunity to restore confidence in the profession as well, and also an opportunity for us all to pick up where the last Labour government left off. So, what is the answer then to a group of men who are in a room and half of them run out when you raise mental health? Well, Graham actually did give me the answer. What he said is, put a broken lawnmower in the middle of the floor. He says, and what you'll find is a big conversation will ensue, and 2 hours later, all of the men will know each other's names, they'll know their families, they'll have talked about how they're feeling and whether they're doing okay. You probably won't have a repaired lawnmower, but you'll have lots of suggestions about how it could happen. And there's a good reason for this, which is men generally are not good speaking face to face, but they can speak shoulder to shoulder.
Dr. Simon Ofer.
Oh, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm delighted to speak about this new mental health bill, which follows up the Mental Health Act that's as old as our Secretary of State. So that's good too, as we heard earlier. So what I'm hearing from throughout the House really is mental health affects all of us in some way. It always touches all of us, either personally or people we know really well. So I'd just like to really concentrate on some of the aspects of this bill. So what I welcome in this bill is greater protection in general, and especially people with learning disabilities. I also really welcome this early intervention, this stress on out-of-hospital care, and also the idea of advanced choice, because one of the things, particularly when people have repeated psychoses, is that when they're well, they know exactly what they want. When they become ill, they become paranoid of their family, they can become paranoid of their friends, and they aren't rational. And that's one of the reasons why sometimes they do need to be detained under the Mental Health Act. But if they have an advanced choice, at least they can say what they would like when they're in a normal state of mind. And I think that's really important, and I'm looking forward to that. I like the fact that the police stations are being removed as a place of safety. I am quite concerned how 135 and 136 sections of the Mental Health Act are being used, and I notice there's some schemes where mental health workers are going out with police and working together, and I think that is incredibly crucial. I had an experience personally where a close relative became extremely unwell, and although it's not quite as awful as what happened to the member for St Neots, this close relative was first of all sectioned in an A&E department, then they couldn't find any beds for 48 hours. So this poor relative of mine, and indeed the heroic nurses and consultants, had to look after someone who's acutely psychotic. This simply isn't tolerable, really, in our system. And I think we need to find a place very quickly for people who are mentally ill and make sure they get the best treatment to help them get better quickly. And also, protect the rest of the NHS from that. And after this, this close relative of mine was moved to a bed 140 miles away from her family. And so what we must ensure is we must get more sufficient beds and also more local provisions. I know this will take time, and I know that at the moment mental health is not in a good state, and what I respect with this Act, and I'm really hopeful with our new Labour government, is we can change that so people do not have to travel out of area for that. I'd like to say a couple of brief things about crisis teams, and I'm really impressed with the idea of these crisis hubs. I've worked with the Stroud crisis team for many years as a GP, and I've always felt actually that given a bit more strength and a bit more resource, they could keep a lot of people both out of hospital and not sectioned, but they need that resource and they need the ability and they need the close working with consultant psychiatrists. I certainly will, yes.
There you are. Thank you for giving way. One of my constituents waited over 8 hours in a mental health crisis for 111 to get back to them, in which time their mental health deteriorated. Previously, they accessed a dedicated local support line that gave them prompt access to professional support. So does the Honourable Member agree that prompt access to support in a crisis is vital to reduce the higher levels of intervention, much as are covered by this bill?
Well, thank you to my honourable friend for that comment. And I think that's certainly true, but I think we need to be careful here, because part of that is about current resources of mental health and not about the Mental Health Act. And I think we mustn't blur the two. I think that the current government is putting 8,500 mental health workers into the system, and I'm delighted about that, and hopefully that will prevent those sort of waits that people have to have for mental health assessments. I'd like to, a couple of other quick points. I'd like to talk about appropriate medical treatment, because that's discussed in the bill, and therapeutic benefit. And I'd like to point out that 8.7 million people in this country are on antidepressants. About 25% of them are trying to get off antidepressants. The harm these drugs can do, they can have an increased risk of suicide when you first go on them, and when you're coming off them, as we saw in a couple of recent tragic cases. There's also quite long-term sexual dysfunction, and I am asking the MHRA to put proper warnings on their leaflets around this. And I'm also asking for a special service to help people come off antidepressants, because it's extremely difficult and most GPs aren't that well informed about the best ways of doing it. It has to be done extremely slowly. The member for Whitehaven was also talking about ADHD and autism and what we do about neurodiversity, and I also feel that we need to be extremely careful in the mental health services that we don't over-medicate people with so-called neurodiversity. And I'm looking forward to speaking to him about this. And actually, I had to nip out from this meeting for half an hour to talk with the head of the task force for neurodiversity. They are going to report in July, and really what I think they need to do is get a much more supportive service and not go straight for medication, which is what seems to happen when people get referred to private psychiatric clinics. So at the moment, the amount of Ritalin-like substances which you treat people with ADHD has increased by a factor of 500%. And what's interesting as well is that increase is in social class 1. So it's not in social class 5, it's in upper social classes. And so there's something happening here which we need to get a hold of, and we need to provide proper services for people with ADHD. So very briefly, the other thing I want to talk about, and I was interested in the comment from the member for Godalming and Ash about families. Families in mental health are absolutely crucial, and I'd like to perhaps adapt this act slightly to make the families much more central and responsible. And I think that the idea of families can extend to certain others, which the person, when they're well, can nominate. But I do think families are crux in a lot of psychiatric care, and if you must value their input and involve them in that. So, in summary, this is a really, really good bill, and it's about time we had it. I support all its greater protections, and I do believe it will actually reduce the number of compulsory detainments. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to thank everybody who's taken part in the debate tonight. From the Secretary of State onwards, it's been moving and inspiring to see the House united around the need for change. It's been particularly useful for me to hear the professional expertise and the personal experience of so many members who have taken part in this debate, the member for Sittingbourne and Sheppey, Runnymede and Weybridge, Ashford, Thurrock, St Neots and Mid Cambridgeshire have all educated me and moved me by your experience and your knowledge. It's long been known that the 1983 Mental Health Act has not been fit for purpose, and I pay tribute to all the work done up to this point, including the excellent review undertaken by Professor Sir Simon Wesley, commissioned by the former member for Maidenhead when she was Prime Minister. The intent of this bill, both to strengthen patient voice and to add statutory weight to patients' rights to be involved in planning their care and to inform their choices about the treatment that they get, I know is strongly welcomed across this House. And welcome too, in my view, are the steps the government has taken since the election to start to transform mental health services with new funding, which was referenced by the Secretary of State, and plans to recruit 8,500 new mental health workers. Just before I get into the substance of the bill, I just wanted to ask the Minister, when he winds up, whether he might be able to provide some reassurance around the future of the Patient and Carer Race Equality Framework, or PCREF for short, which in my view is vital in achieving equality of outcome in mental health, and which I believe would be more effective as part of this legislation as opposed to simply guidance. And I know this is the strongly held view of many of the experts by experience who have worked on PCREF. One thing I know from my time in a previous role helping to develop mental health services in Lambeth over the past 2 decades is that a disproportionate number of people from African and Caribbean heritage communities are detained under the Mental Health Act, as has been said by others. Figures highlighted by Mind show rates of detention for black or black British groups over 3 times those of the rest of the population, and similarly
for community treatment orders, black or black British groups are more than 10 times likely to be subject to one than white groups. In Lambeth, working with organisations such as Black Thrive, set up by my great former colleague Dr Jackie Dyer, amongst others, to radically change mental health services in South London and elsewhere, we showed that hearing people's voices, early intervention, reducing stigma amongst African Caribbean communities, focusing on keeping people well via work and training provided by membership organisations such as Mosaic Clubhouse, could prevent people becoming ill and prevent people tragically often coming into the mental health system for the first time via the criminal justice system. So I welcome the changes in the bill and the commitment from the Minister in the other place to improve data on outcomes and patient experience of being subject to community treatment orders. We know too that despite the passing of the Mental Health Unit's Use of Force Act 2018, otherwise known as Senny's Law, brought forward by the Right Honourable Member for Streatham and Croydon North, that use of force in mental health settings remains too frequent, and this must be addressed as well. But prevention work and intervention to address mental health needs at the earliest possible stage is critical, recognising that facing mental health problems when you're young can hold you back in school, damage your potential and leave you with lifelong consequences. That's why I warmly welcome the work the government is doing to bring in vital services to schools so they can intervene early, support pupils and help prevent conditions from becoming severe. And it's really encouraging that mental health support teams should reach 100% coverage of pupils by 29/30, the end of this Parliament. And young people in Dartford, where I ran a well-supported engagement event last month, will absolutely welcome Young Futures hubs in communities in England to deliver support for teenagers at risk of being drawn into crime or facing mental health challenges by providing open access mental health support for children and young people in communities. And I've seen this approach achieve excellent results at the Well Centre, a mental health centre run for young people in Herne Hill as part of Lambeth Together's care partnership. So I look forward very much to seeing this legislation progress through the House, seeing it become law with the support of everyone across this House, and it will have my 100% support in doing so.
Shadow Minister Dr Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A rough road isn't the same as a collapsed bridge. Both slow you down, but one stops you entirely. In closing this debate, there's a simple distinction that's often missed in the public discourse, the difference between mental well-being and mental health. Every one of us faces challenges that affect our mental well-being: stress, burnout, grief. But fortunately, not all of us experience diagnosable mental health conditions. Recognising this nuance helps us talk more openly and responsibly about what support is needed, for whom and where. So here, at the heart of this bill, are quite literally the most vulnerable in our society. Tonight, we've debated not how Parliament serves the powerful, but how it protects the most vulnerable while upholding freedom, how it safeguards the public without surrendering to fear, and how it balances the need for control with the imperative of compassionate care. You see, mental incapacity may dim a person's ability to choose, but the law must never let it extinguish their right to matter. Reform of the mental health law must recognise that protecting someone from themselves or others is not carte blanche to own their life, but simply to borrow the reins for a time, to steer to recovery, handing them back when agency is restored and fully equipped to chart their path once more. So turning to the debate, we've had personal testimonies here today. The member for South Derbyshire talked about her mother being sectioned. The member for Bermondsey and Old Southwark talked about his mother being sectioned for schizophrenia. The member for Winchester of his friend who died of suicide. The member for Dorking and Horley, his friend who was murdered. The member for Thurrock and her personal experience with OCD and bipolar. The member for Aylesbury with postnatal depression and suicide of a friend. The member for Southend and West Leigh spoke of Sam, his friend, who died from suicide. And the member from Stroud, his close relative, sectioned for psychosis. It shows that it really does get to the top of the nation to be discussed and is at the very heart of every part of our communities. Turning to the debate itself, the member for Winchester talked about the problems with professions, particularly doctors, vets and farmers in terms of suicide. The member for Bermondsey and Old Southwark said he had a ride along 3 times now with the police, so I'm pleased to see he's getting on so well with the police, but more importantly, his very valid point that this isn't the role for the police there. The member for Penistone and Stockbridge talked about autistic people and learning difficulties, using her specialist abilities and her professional aspect as chair of the APPG. The member for Runnymede and Weybridge, well, I think his CV is as long as the bill itself, but he talked about compassionate treatment, how to use the Act, and most importantly, the scope of the powers, because he talked about being, in essence, precise when you're using it. The member for Rochester and Strood talked about the importance of support for learning disabilities and autism, and it's really important that this was about community, given last week was Mental Health Awareness Week, where the theme was community. The member for Dorking and Horley spoke passionately about Fiona's campaign for Christopher's case, and we will look closely at this amendment when we are in committee. And the member for Sittingbourne and Sheppey, a nurse who also brings his professional experience, he and I both came into this house to try and change the NHS, and now, while we chose different sides, that passion is still clearly there. The member for Farnham and Bordon also talked about his further experience of improving the system and policies to improve mental health care. And the member for Thurrock, a member of the Health Select Committee, as I was, talked passionately about OCD and bipolar and how important that is to show that people can achieve whatever they put their mind to, no matter how difficult the barriers in front of them. The member for St Neots and Mid-Cambridgeshire made a passionate and moving tale about Declan and the tragic story. And actually, it's really helped to bring to life what can unfortunately go on in this country. The member for Whitehaven and Wokington spoke about his higher level of suicide in his area and the importance of making sure that that's identified. The member for Dewsbury and Batley talked about the racial discrepancies, and that's really important. The key thing is seeing the evidence as to why this is happening and make legislation effective on the back of that. The member for Ashford talked about, as a mental health care nurse and chair of the APPG, personalised care, which is so important. And that led on to the member for Guildford, who also talked about putting the patient at the centre. The member for Southampton and Itchen talked about local services like Lighthouse and No Limits, showing again the community support. And the member for Leicestershire South talked about placement of children. That's something we will very much be looking very closely in the committee. The member for Mid-Cheshire pointed out social media and the importance of how it can have an impact on young people's minds. And the member for Strangford, well, this house's mental well-being wouldn't be the same without hearing his dulcet tones coming from the back. The member for Blackpool South talked about the mental health charities that he's seen firsthand and how people suffer. And the member for Aylesbury rightly shone a light on the spotlight on maternal health that often gets missed in this conversation. The member for South West and Lee talked about men's mental health, a passion I have, and he was right to point out about the men's mental health strategy the government is bringing forward, and I encourage everyone to take part in it. The member for Worsley and Eccles rightly talked about learning from others, and we've definitely done that in this debate. And the member for Stockton-on-North talked specifically about Men's Shed, and I'm looking forward to his campaign for Labour for lawnmowers when it comes to their next manifesto. The member for Stroud, he and I have both seen our handful of patients own time with mental health issues, and I love his idea and what will hopefully be brought forward in this plan as well, about having management plans already decided by the patients, so when they're in crisis, they're already dealt with. And last but not least, the member for Dartford talked about the cumulative attention across this house that leads us here today, and I think that's really important, because that's where we are. We've heard the summary already about the first Mental Health Act was introduced in 1959. But I am shocked not once but twice to find I am also the same age as the Mental Health Act 1983 and share the same year as the Health Secretary as well. Now, in 2000... Now, in 2007, under the last Labour government, there was the introduction of community treatment orders and independent mental health advocates, all aiming to increase the support for people at risk of being detained and allowing patients who have been detained to be discharged in the communities if certain conditions allowed. However, valid concerns were raised. Both sides of this House have said and agreed that more needs to change, and I'm pleased to see this bill builds on the work of the previous government, which made significant strides on addressing the long-standing disparity between physical and mental health. As has been mentioned, in particular, the former Prime Minister, now Baroness May, commissioned the independent Wesley Review into the Act, and I too would like to pay tribute for their work in this journey. His report built on the principles of choice and autonomy, least restriction, therapeutic benefit, and people as individuals. And since then, the Conservative government worked to create a draft bill which underwent significant scrutiny, as we've heard here, even have members part of it, for the need and recognition to get this right. Much of Wesley's report recommendations are here in front of us tonight, built around advanced choice documents, improving advocacy, reform of the community treatment orders, and changes around autism and learning disabilities, to name some of the 150 recommendations. So as His Majesty's official opposition, I'm pleased to stand here today and say that we support the principles behind this bill. We will work constructively with the government to scrutinise and improve it all through the committee and ensure that we pass good legislation that will do what is intended. Now, I know the Minister understands that progress in principle must become progress in practice, so I would like to jog his memory of some of the questions asked by the member from Melton and Syston. Does the Minister believe there's enough treatment facilities, particularly in the community? Are there adequate places of safety for people being detained once police and prison cells are removed? Does the mental health tribunal system have capacity to deal with more cases? And with the abolition of NHS England as they commission specialist mental health services, what will happen here? Does he believe in hitting the mental health investment standard, and will he commit to doing so going forward? And to that end, will he set out a timetable for this House, the services and the public to all work towards to be held account to? Madam Deputy Speaker, there is little greater moral burden than deciding for someone who cannot decide for themselves. Where care ends and control begins. Make no mistake, this is what this House is grappling with here tonight and through the course of this bill. Involuntary care should never be the first instinct or answer, but a resort to prevent harm to both the individual and those around them. Compassionate care therefore demands precision. Without precision, you simply have sentiment. And as His Majesty's opposition, we will endeavour to ensure that the government's sentiment becomes commitment.
Minister Stephen Kinnock.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it was truly a privilege to be in the chamber this evening to hear so many moving, powerful and thoughtful contributions from honourable members. It really was Parliament at its best. So it's an honour for me to close today's debate. This bill has been a long time coming. Patients, practitioners, campaigners and charities have all long awaited the introduction of this legislation and have played a hugely important role in getting the bill to this point. I'd like to put on record my thanks on behalf of the government and pay testament to their commitment to change. And of course, I'd like to thank members both in this House and in the other place, and including our brilliant and esteemed colleague, Baroness Merron, for all the work that has been done. As the bill started in the other place, it's already been through extensive scrutiny under the detailed eyes of peers, many of whom were there when the Act was last revisited in 2007. I'm sure they'll enjoy me reminding us of that fact.
1983 as well.
It is testament to the cross-party consensus that has so far underpinned this bill that the debates were constructive and largely led to the betterment of the bill. I trust that this collegiate spirit will now continue in this House, and I would like to thank the opposition benches and the Liberal Democrats for the constructive spirit and their approach to this debate. Every speech that we heard sought to improve processes and outcomes for patients and their loved ones, and there is broad cross-party support for the overall ambitions of the bill. But I also know that there were some specific issues and queries raised in the course of the debate that need addressing. Many honourable members asked about our implementation plans, rightly stating that legislation is only as good as its application. Yeah. Indeed, we know that community service provision is very far from where it needs to be, an issue that we intend to address alongside the implementation of this bill. Our first priority after royal assent will therefore be to draft and consult on the Code of Practice. It is essential that we listen both to practitioners and those with experience of the Act when we draw up the statutory guidance.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. That the review of the Mental Health Act from 1983 is very welcome, and it started its life very close to my constituency with the work of Professor Sir Simon Wesley, who drew on the experience of many local residents in South East London, particularly with regard to his work on racial inequalities. And I wonder, as he is talking about the implementation of the bill, if he will give some reassurance to my constituents who really want to know that this Act will do the job of eliminating racial inequality from mental health services by committing to putting the patient and carer race equality framework on the face of the bill so that they can have that reassurance.
Minister.
I thank her for that intervention. We are already working to reduce inequalities under the Mental Health Act. The Patient and Carer Race Equality Framework is now a contractual requirement for all providers of NHS commissioned care. It will support trusts to improve their interaction with racialised and culturally diverse communities and improve governance, accountability and leadership on improving experience of care for these communities and drive concrete actions to reduce racial inequalities within mental health services. So, given that our first priority after royal assent will be to draft and consult on Code of Practice, it is essential we listen both to practitioners and to those with experience of the Act when drawing up the statutory guidance that supports the Act's application. And that is why we will engage with people with lived experience, their families and carers, staff and professional groups, commissioners, providers and others to do this. The Code will be laid before Parliament before final publication. Alongside the Code, we will develop secondary legislation, which will be laid before Parliament, subject to the parliamentary process as set out in the legislation. We have already published policy papers which set out more information on how some of the delegated powers in the bill and provide an early indication of what we intend to set out in regulations. We recognise the appetite to deliver after years of delay and the importance of parliamentary scrutiny and accountability in this crucial work. That is why we have committed to laying a written ministerial statement on progress annually, so that honourable members will have ample opportunity to hold us to account for progress made and milestones achieved. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've covered a wide range of topics and questions this evening, and I can't cover all of them in the time allocated to me. I'm therefore going to limit my comments to two areas that have come up repeatedly, namely the implementation plan and the treatment of people with autism and learning disabilities.
Ward. I thank the Minister for giving way, and he's talking rightly about the importance of the implementation of legislation. He'll be aware that 2 months ago, new Online Safety Act measures came into force which give legal powers to remove online content that promotes suicide. Ahead of this, I wrote to Ofcom about a platform that is actively promoting suicide and suicidal ideation and has been linked to the deaths of almost 100 young people and adults. The Ofcom Chief Executive replied to me to say they were opening an investigation. Would he agree with me that they need to get on and remove content like this across the UK?
Minister.
Well, I thank her for that intervention. We, of course, have the online safety bill, and there are measures in that address this issue, but she is absolutely right that it is time to crack on and deal with this issue. It is deeply troubling, and I pay tribute to her for the excellent work she's doing, and I hope that she will continue to press Ofcom to do the right thing and do it rapidly. So we estimate that on implementation, we do know that it's going to take time, as the Pre-Legislative Scrutiny Committee recognised, and we estimate that it will take around 10 years to fully implement all of the measures in the bill, due largely to the time needed to train specialised workforce groups, including second opinion appointed doctors and tribunal judges, and the need to ensure that the right community support is available for people with a learning disability and autistic people. This time frame necessarily spans multiple spending reviews and multiple parliaments, so I'm limited in the detail I can give today about future spend and timelines. However, we have set out what we think is required in both timing and funding in the impact assessment. We expect the process of drafting and consulting on the Code of Practice will take at least a year. Alongside the Code, we will develop secondary legislation which will be laid before Parliament. We have already published policy papers which set out more information on some of the delegated powers in the bill and provide an early indication of what will be set out in regulations. We will then need time to train the existing workforce on the new Act, regulations and the Code. That will likely be 26-27. Whilst we will commence some clauses, such as supervised discharge, 2 months after royal assent, the first major reforms are expected to follow that training in mid-27. This includes clauses concerning grounds for detention, excluding changes to Part 2 section for people with learning disability or autistic people and nominated persons. Timelines for later phases are inevitably less defined, but we will expand the workforce and improve community support with the aim of implementing the reforms, increasing frequency of mental health tribunals from 30-31. These timelines are indicative, and we will iterate these plans as we get more certainty on future funding and wider workforce plans. The other issue that came up a lot was around the treatment of people with autism and learning disabilities. Again, there should be well-planned implementation to ensure the proposed legislative changes have their intended effect. The proposed changes to the detention criteria will only be commenced when there are strong community services in place, so there are robust alternatives to hospital care. Honourable members will understand that robust implementation plans are dependent on the final legislation that is passed and future funding, which is subject to future spending reviews. However, local systems don't need to wait for legislative change to come into force to begin putting in place the necessary community services for people with a learning disability and autistic people. There is renewed funding in 25-26 with ICB baselines to continue improving community support provision for people with a learning disability and autistic people. Madam Deputy Speaker, we should recognise that this bill is the result of the independent review commissioned by the now Baroness May of Maidenhead during her premiership. Many important contributions have also come from those with lived experience of the Act and their loved ones. It takes real courage to speak openly about these experiences and channel pain into change. As my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, said in his opening speech, the government has demonstrated its commitment to mental health, funding mental health properly, and that commitment is being translated into real, tangible delivery. The £150 million multi-year capital investment to improve mental health urgent and emergency care pathways, 600 new or expanded crisis alternative services nationally, including crisis cafes, safe havens, crisis houses, and A&E for A&E and psychiatric admission. £26 million in capital investment to open new mental health crisis assessment centres, which aim to provide accessible and responsive care for individuals in mental health crisis. 8,500 more mental health workers. We are committed as well to improving early intervention and shifting care to the community to support people to live well and thrive. We've committed to improve support for young people with Young Futures hubs, making support workers more accessible to children. We're piloting the 24/7 neighbourhood mental health centre model in England, which builds on learning and international exemplars. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is a privilege to be leading this transformational legislation through the House. I know, because it matters so much, many people will have views on what is needed to get it right, and I look forward to further debates in that constructive and improving spirit, and I commend this bill to the House.
Yeah. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Programme motion to be moved formally. Anyone?
Formally.
The question is as on the order paper. As many are as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Money resolution to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.